my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La di da di da da da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La di da di da da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of this two. I'm the one of life antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La di da di da da da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La di da di da da da. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La di da di da da da.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Free Fire Esports World Cup 2024. Come over here, come with me. My name is the Sun Worlds Gaming, and today we're gonna be looking for some players. We're gonna be looking to interview some people and possibly start some beef. Who knows? I can't wait to get started, so follow me through and let's see who we can find. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with none other than Gaming Gladiators, all the way from Indonesia. How are you guys enjoying Riyadh so far?
Halo, apa kabar Gaming Gladiators? Kalian enjoy nggak di Riyadh? Apa kabarnya? Gimana?
Enjoy banget.
Baik.
Sangat enjoy karena kami selalu makan kambing.
Ya, enak.
Mantap.
They say they enjoy here in Riyadh and they love all the foods, especially for goat or something beef, traditional beef.
I would have to agree with them, and they actually jumped the line. I was going to ask them what has been their favorite thing so far. More than likely, we just found out it is their food. But you know what? Let's get a little bit more in depth. Out of all the teams that are here, which team do you think is the one that's going to give you the most struggle throughout the games?
Okay. Guys, so tim mana yang kira-kira bakal jadi lawan terberat kalian?
Semuanya.
All team.
Betul all team. Nggak ada yang kita kami pandang yang paling kuat, nggak ada. Semua rata.
Semuanya rata.
Okay, they said they are ready to face every team. They never underestimate them. They all same. They're ready to face them.
Well, hey, you know what? I take that. I like that. I like that they're not afraid to take the fight to anybody that comes their way. And last, before I let you guys go, what is today going to be looking like for you guys? What are you guys going to be doing?
Sorry?
What are you guys going to be doing today?
Kalian hari ini mau ngapain aja?
Makan.
Mau makan,
Eat.
kita latihan.
Latihan, training.
Training.
Play training.
Okay, they said they're gonna do some practice, and eat more to strengthen their stamina and stuff, and then they will have also media day.
Listen, I don't want to be part of the training, but can I maybe be part of when you guys go and eat?
Dia nggak mungkin ikut kalian, dia nggak ikut kalian latihan, tapi bisa nggak dia ikut kalian makan bareng?
Boleh.
Okay.
Terima kasih.
Sama-sama.
I wish you guys the best. Hopefully you guys do end up winning the tournament. And I can't wait to see what you guys do. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup 2024 Free Fire. I'm joined by All Glory Gaming, a team from Latin America. By the way, my name is the Sun Worlds Gaming, and I can't wait to see what this team's going to do. So let's just dive in. How are you guys enjoying Riyadh?
¿Cómo se sienten y cómo se sienten aquí en Riyadh?
Estamos muy contentos y muy enfocados.
We are very happy and we're very focused.
They definitely are focused. What is the thing that you have enjoyed the most so far out of being in Riyadh?
¿Qué es lo que más han disfrutado de estar aquí en Riyadh?
La comida, donde nos hospedamos, muy lindo lugar.
I will have to second that. He said, you know what, I'll do it. He said the food. And I was like, yes, the food is really, really good. What is the schedule looking like for today? What are you guys going to be doing today?
¿Qué es lo que vamos a hacer hoy en la agenda que sigue?
Vamos para el venue y vamos a mirar cómo está todo y a probar también los celulares.
We're going to go to the venue and we're going to try the cell phones and trying to soak up on everything that we're going to see.
All right, well, those questions have been easy. Let me ask one a little bit harder now, see if they can actually get to trash talk a little bit. Out of all the teams that are here, which is a team that you think is probably going to give you the most struggle throughout the games?
Dice que ahora quiere preguntarles sobre los equipos, pero que un poquito de beef pueden tirar. ¿Cuál es el equipo que creen que les va a estar molestando más?
Team Solid.
Yo creo que el equipo de MEA.
También Buriram también.
I would have to agree with them because Buriram, it's pretty straightforward. They just said the teams too. Well, I can't wait to see what you guys are going to be doing. Actually, one more question. Sebas, you were the MVP of your region. Are you looking forward to getting MVP here in Riyadh?
Sebas, tú fuiste el MVP de tu región. ¿Estás buscando ser el MVP aquí?
No es lo primordial, pero si se puede, sí.
It's not what's the most important. The most important is to win. But if I can be the MVP, that would be great.
Well, if you guys do end up winning, more than likely, you might end up getting MVP as well. Thank you so much for you guys' time. I can't wait to see what you guys end up doing here at the Free Fire Esports World Cup 2024. Well, hey guys, I didn't know you guys were gonna be looking for me. Everybody was talking about the food so much that I figured I had to go look for it, and it was absolutely delicious. So with that said, let's go find out what else we can find here at the Esports World Cup. Hi guys, the Summer World's Gaming here. Welcome back. I actually have RQ Kasu all the way from Indonesia. How are you guys doing today?
Apa kabar semuanya?
Good.
Everybody's good? Awesome. I'm happy to hear that. Oh, what was that?
Ya, senang.
Apa aja?
Senang rasanya berada di sini.
He said so happy to come here.
I'm happy to be here too. I'm happy you guys are here as well. What has been your favorite thing so far out of Riyadh?
Apa yang lu suka di Riyadh?
Makanannya.
He said like food.
Sama-sama.
Same.
Udara.
He said, "Oh, winter is so hot here."
Maybe you need to go jump into the pool. Maybe we'll do a challenge at some point of you guys jumping into the pool. We'll have to wait and see. What is your guys' plan looking like today?
Apa plan kalian buat hari ini? Apa lu ada plan hari ini?
Bermain PS.
He said play PlayStation.
Right on. Well, I'm pretty sure they're going to be training as well. You know what? Those has been easy questions. Let's dive a little bit more. Which out of all the teams that are here for Free Fire on this event, which one do you think is going to be the toughest one?
Top 6?
No, toughest one.
Oh ya. Siapa lawan tersusah di Free Fire?
Menurut saya tim Brazil.
Tim Brazil, tim.
Tim Brazil.
Same.
Mungkin tim Falcon.
Oh, different one.
Semua.
All.
Oh, see, I like that variation right there that they're giving us. Some are saying Brazil, some are saying Falcons. They're mixing it up. Well, thank you so much, guys. Terima kasih for being able to do this interview. And Indo Pride.
Indo Pride.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me here at Media Day for Free Fire Esports World Cup 2024 in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Not only did we get a chance to talk to players, we also got a chance to try some of the food, and it was absolutely amazing. But I think it's time that we go to the venue because greatness is about to happen over there. See you guys at the venue.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome. This is the Esports World Cup. This is Free Fire. 18 teams do battle, but only one can be crowned champion at Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We hope you enjoy the show. Booyah!
Ladies and gentlemen, survivors from all around the world, welcome to the Free Fire Esports World Cup 2024 in Riyadh. We are here today with 18 of the best teams from across the world in the Free Fire division, vying for one title, one trophy, champion. And unfortunately, only one team will emerge victorious, and 17 will go home with their trophies crushed, their dreams in shambles, having to wait for the next year where they will have to try again for the Free Fire division. It's going to be an extremely exciting weekend here, folks. 5 play days where we see the most exciting matches of Free Fire, and hopefully these will all be ingrained in our memories forevermore. Now, of course, I won't be the only one on this journey. My name is Danily. I'll be your host for this weekend, but of course, joining me on the panel, I have 3 brilliant gentlemen, 3 of the biggest masterminds in the esports scene for Free Fire. Please welcome my 3 analysts here. I have the wonderful Neptune, Sir Cloud, and Hauler. Gentlemen, welcome to the stage, welcome to the panel. So excited to have you all here because we are going to have some amazing matches for Free Fire. I got to ask the money question, how are you feeling?
Oh, real excited right now, especially on day number 1 where all the chaos will be happening. Hopefully the teams will be taking advantage of that and grabbing a few more points.
This tournament will be explosive since we gathered the best of the best teams in the world in this one venue for not only part of the prize pool, but also for a ticket to the Worlds.
Of course, and the best part is it's going to be 5 days, 18 teams. Let's find out who the champion is and who deserves bragging rights moving forward.
Exactly. So with those 5 play days, right, we have opportunities for these teams to rack up those points. We are not going to be seeing any teams eliminated in the upcoming 3 days. Everybody will be competing for 3 days, but after that, though, if you haven't racked up enough points, you are out of the competition. Let's run this format very quickly, gentlemen, so people are up to speed on what happens in a game of Free Fire. Neptune, let's start with our first 3 play days.
Talk about 3 days, it will be 3 groups and 6 teams for each group, and 2 of which will be playing per day. Starting it off day number 1 with A and B, then day number 2 with B and C. To finish it off, we have day number 3 with A and C.
And the best 12 teams will move on to a point rush stage in which they will play 6 matches for 1 day for them to determine what will be their starting point in the grand finals.
And of course, with the grand finals finishing it off, we find out which of the 12 teams will end up being the champion over 6 matches throughout that day.
Going to be such an exciting week here, folks. Not only are we going to be seeing the best play, but we are probably going to be seeing a big step for these teams, right? They're going to have to bring out all of their best strategies. If they have a coach, the coach is going to have to bring something out of their back pocket as well. If you were to actually give some advice for these teams, right? They are on the international stage. What would you actually tell them to keep them calm? Because this is such a tense moment for them.
One thing I would say is not to overthink things. Make sure that they have everything in place, especially with everything that they practice.
Yep. And I would say, remember to breathe.
Yes. Paula?
Come in calm, cool, collected. Just take it slow. You know how to play the game.
Absolutely. All right, so moving on, we are going to be talking about the Club Championships, a new system that's been implemented into the game. Here it is.
Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money.
The Club Championships are the first of its kind to ever be introduced in the esports world. So how this system works is that every team competing across all divisions, organizations will accrue points depending on the placements of their teams. And obviously, if you want to try and make it to the top, you have to win at least one of those divisions. And as you can see at the very top, we have Team Falcons leading with 1,060 points. 60 points over T1. Now, if you're in the Free Fire scene, you will know that Free Fire has Team Falcons. So they are in a great position to continue to pick up more points. But again, it's not just Team Falcons up here. We have Twisted Minds sitting in 5th place. And if you're in the world of Free Fire, you also know that Twisted Minds, they are another fantastic team that has a really good chance of actually taking first place.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, how they work out Battlefield, not really caring about placement, more of elimination, wherein that is current meta, especially from where they're coming from, Southeast Asia.
Exactly. And of course, with the club points as well, right? These teams, they're not only playing for themselves anymore, they are playing for their clubs to actually have another bite of that prize pool, that juicy money, because it benefits everybody, right? Not just the teams, but the whole org all together. But speaking of our teams, let's introduce them to you. Our 18 teams from Free Fire competing this week. Neptune, would you like to welcome them to our audience?
Yeah, we have Team Falcons, also P Esports, Bermuda United Esports, Evos, All Gamers, and Onyx for the first set.
And we have Gaming Gladiators, RRQ Kazoo. We have a 19AGG, Reda, as well as TF.
And we have Netshoes Miners. We've got Loud. We've got Hotshots Esports. And we have Twisted Minds. Oh, sorry. And Al Qadsiya. And of course, Fluxo to finish that one off for 18 teams.
A lot of familiar names here if you do keep an eye on that Free Fire competitive space, but also a couple of new upcoming teams have actually managed to squeeze their way through. So for anyone that might not be familiar with the esports scene for Free Fire, qualifications for the Esports World Championships were split across multiple tournaments. We had our regional qualifiers. We also had the Snapdragon Pro Series, where 2 teams, the top 2 teams from that tournament, secured their slot here. And so they've made it, but this is literally one step of their journey, right? The next step is making it to top 12, get to that final stage. And I think out of all the teams here, we have to talk about our top dogs, right? The teams that everybody is looking at. Who are our top contenders in the tournament, gentlemen?
Well, for me, I mean, it has been mentioned in the interview, Bermuda United has been a target by a lot of teams, not just from Southeast Asia, but also coming from Brazil.
Yeah, and we have to look at Twisted Minds. They were recently crowned champions of the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters, and they beat a lot of the teams that are playing here on this stage today.
I'm going to go with another Brazilian squad. I like Team Salad. I feel like they're a very aggressive team. They're #1 in the league right now, and they're making waves in that Brazilian scene.
So we do have a bit of a spread here across the board. I mean, there's a reason why we have a spread, right? The best teams in the entire world here to prove themselves and become the first champions for the Esports World Cup. Now, to kick things off, let's have a look at the point system so you guys know how these teams are getting those points, right? You've got to make it to top 12. How do you make it to top 12? Well, here it is. For every match of Free Fire, depending on your placements, you'll be earning points. And the team that gets first place, or in a game of Free Fire, that booyah, you'll be locking in 12 points for your team. Second place will take home 9, and as you go down, you'll be accruing less and less points. And unfortunately for 11th and 12th, if you end up down there, you're going to be taking home no placement points. But there's always that saving grace. Elimination points, the second way to pick up points in a game of Free Fire. For every player your team eliminates, you'll be picking up an additional point for your team. So sure, maybe you finish at the bottom, in the middle of the pack, but if you get those eliminations, we have seen comebacks happen.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of teams are taking over this meta we're in, not really caring that much in elimination points, because the more that you get, rather not caring that much on placement, because the more elimination that you get, the higher you get on the placement.
Yeah.
Exactly. And Hola, I kind of want to point this to you because you've been with me in the Free Fire scene for a very long time. And I kind of feel like the point system, it has highly influenced how the teams have played recently. Back in the day, very slow, very passive, lots of safe plays. But now we're seeing so much aggression. Why is that?
Yeah, I mean, it's still high risk, high reward. You have the revive system. You have other ways to kind of get yourself back into the game. There's a lot of potential of just kind of extending your game. So you don't have to play scared. You can play, as aggressive as you want and take those risks.
Exactly. All right, as we continue on, the trophy keys. If you haven't heard of this before, this is an iconic thing here at the Esports World Cup. Every team that's qualified has a key, but unfortunately only one team will be able to keep their key. And if you're still unsure and you're still a little bit confused, here's a quick rundown on how the Esports keys work.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
Only one key will remain at the end of the competition. But speaking of these keys, not only are they a rite of passage for these teams as they did qualify for the tournament, but it's probably also a bit of a currency amongst the teams, right? They're probably thinking to themselves, if we win this tournament, whose key do we want to take, right? If you were given the opportunity to take any team's key, whose would you swipe?
Well, I know I did mention this earlier as one of the top teams in my list, but I would like to swipe the key for Bermuda or of Bermuda United Esports, because why not? I mean, I see them as a top dog. Why not take down a top dog for whoever will be able to do that?
Yep, I did mention the key thing about this team, Twisted Minds, because during this Dragon Pro Series Mobile Masters, they became the champion and they won against wouldn't say all, but a lot of these teams are playing against them today. So I'm pretty sure they would want to seek revenge onto them. So Twisted Minds is that one key that would be one thing that these teams want to take off.
All right, I was going to go a different route. I'm going to go with PE Sports, the squad from Vietnam. I feel like there's a lot of potential. They do great in the Free Fire World Series SEA Spring League. They got second place. They had the most kills in those rounds twice with 19 and 18. They get a bunch of kills. They kill everybody. But I just found out, as an update, there's a bit of an issue with one of their players. Their all-star player, Nero, I'm sure you guys have heard of him. He's actually down with a fever, so we actually might not see him today. So I'm a little saddened by that, but PE Sports still a key that I would want to take away from.
Interesting. All right. I didn't hear any Brazilian keys, which I thought was pretty interesting, right? Because especially for Free Fire, there's been a interesting dynamic between Thailand and Brazil, right? These two regions clashing heads, wanting to always take these titles away from each other. We will continue on that a little bit later on though, but prize pool, you're probably wondering, what else are these teams playing for? Well, not only is it just a title, a key, and a trophy, but we also have a prize pool for these teams. Champion for the Free Fire division will be taking home $300,000 US, a lion's share of the $1 million prize pool for Free Fire. If you don't come in first, you still take home a pretty big share there. Second place, $175,000. But everyone here that is competing, they have guaranteed a minimum of $5,000, right? $5,000 for the last team. But look, you're guaranteed a prize. It's just, at this point, how much more can you get?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you are guaranteed $5,000, why not move up a little bit?
Not a little bit. You want to move up a lot. What are you talking about, sir? Come on.
Let's grab the number one spot, and you'll grab the biggest piece of the pie.
Yeah, and if you kind of look at it, right, every step has its own prize pool or share of a prize. Like, it increases by every step. So that also means that, in other words, every placement counts.
Yeah, every placement counts, and of course the first 3 days is the most important because you just got to survive. You got to get to that playoff race, the points rush, and get to the top 12, and that's where the real money's going to be, and you have a real chance at making some waves here.
Yeah, and as you can see behind us, actually, we have the players stepping onto the battlefield, getting ready to play. We are getting all kinds of emotions. I've seen smiles, I've seen very serious glances, I've seen people look a little bit scared, but you know, this is the time for these players to shine. This is probably the biggest esports event for this year, right? It's not just for their careers in the span of Free Fire, but they also have sponsors potentially looking at them, people that might actually support them moving forward. So a lot is on the line, right? A title, a key, a trophy, prize money. I just cannot imagine how these players are feeling. But what we do know is the schedule for today's matches. I know everyone is so excited to kick things off. What's our first map of the day here, Neptune?
Of course, none other than the OG map itself, the green grass of Bermuda. Most of the time, always match number one.
Yep, and we do have a Purgatory as our match number 2. Also a very popular map.
Yeah, and let's go with the number 3 one. I think it's more, dare I say, local temperature style with the heat and everything with Kalahari. And of course, I know, Danny, you love it because you like to call it calamari, if I remember correctly.
No, that wasn't me. I can absolutely tell you that was somebody else, but I do love Kalahari. Extremely fun map, followed by Alpine, next Terra, and then my most important favorite map. Okay, I might love Kalahari, but the random map, map number 6, I feel is going to be such an interesting one here for the teams because you don't know what that map is going to be. You have to be ready for it. Now, I want to know your predictions, gentlemen. Who do you think are going to be your top 3 teams going into the competition overall?
Yeah, for me, well, couldn't take away Bermuda United Esports, already have that, and then followed by Team Falcons because how they qualified, and then the Team Solid coming from Brazil.
Dude, come on, man. Come on, dude. We're talking about Falcons, all right?
Yeah.
Recently crowned champions of the FFWSC, and also we have a Falcons nest nearby. They are definitely champions in my prediction. And then we talk about Bermuda United Esports. But, of course, not to forget the Brazilian team, Fluxo is my prediction as well.
Yeah, Bermuda United Esports, easy one, right? I mean, I think they've been top 3. Yes, let me do the track record right here. Free Fire SG 2021, first place. Second place, Sentosa 2022. Champions again, Bangkok 2022. Free Fire World Series last year, second place. Third place in SCA Spring just recently. They've always been top 3. So they're always a top dog.
Have you heard something called a home buff? Yeah. I mean, the Falcons nest is just right down the road.
It is there. It is there, but I think it's too hot for them to actually receive the ball. I don't know.
Okay, we're going to go through this a little bit here on the desk, but we do want to hear what the casters have to say. I'd love to hear your predictions, actually. On our casters desk, we have the wonderful Tash Bunny and Offie. Would love to hear your thoughts. Who do you two think are going to be your top dogs in the competition?
Oh, very exciting question, honestly. I mean, coming in from the region of Southeast Asia, I think me and Offie can both agree that we are going to be, you know, we've seen how what Southeast Asia can offer. For me, it's going to be Team Falcons. They've shown us time and time again. I hate saying that word, but it is true. How they've always very versatile with how they play. They have so many pages on their playbook.
Yep. And also for me, we'll go with Atash as well for Falcons. And for me, for the second one would be Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds is a good one, honestly. I really like that. Yeah, really good one, honestly, for Twisted Minds. Regardless, I think Buriram United had a pretty rough run. Would love to see what they can bring in. But, you know, what do you think, Donnelly?
I mean, you know, I don't think anyone can really disagree with your predictions. I'm not hearing any hot takes, okay? Very quickly, hot takes, dark horses, okay? We definitely have some in the competition, and I don't think I've heard any, aside from PE Sports, okay? Hallers had PE Sports. Okay. We'll hear this a little bit later on, though, but it looks like the opening ceremony is ready to go. Let's welcome the team to the stage.
It has taken months of hard work, sweat and tears, but the die is finally cast. All of the legendary survivors are here to prove themselves for regional pride and sweet victory. Ladies and gentlemen, EWC presents Free Fire.
We're your hosts, Milos, and with me, of course, is the ever so radiant Yunsul, and we're so happy and honored to have you joining us here on the SDC Arena main stage for some incredible Free Fire action all week long.
18 teams, 72 players, 5 days of matches, $1 million, and one magnificent trophy to live this Sunday.
Cannot wait to get there, but of course, to get to that point, we have to go through our group stage. So how about we introduce our players and teams, starting off with groups A and B. We'll bring them up on stage from Mexico. It's 19 Esports.
Let's go.
Caluso, Kota, Elite, and Maxi. They are 19 Esports.
Coming from Brazil, Cohen, Drax, Lost, and Yago. They are loud.
From Brazil, it's Jaune, General, Nando, and Prox. They are Neptune's Miners.
From Pakistan, Hasu, Action, Anas, and Sajid. They are Hotshot Esports!
From Brazil, Bops, Butsin, GU, MT7. It's Fluxo!
From Mexico, Vidalao, Colors, Chris, Lopez XL, they are Reda Esports!
From Indonesia, Gardu, Jack, Kiba, and Gary. It's Onyx Olympus!
From Thailand, Jonah, Get High, Moshi, and Wasana. They are Buriram United Esports!
From Indonesia, Aim God, Abax, Ray, and G'day. It's Evos Esports!
From Indonesia, Razor, Abe High, Mal, and Dudes. They are RRQ.
From Thailand, Do, Saifa, Caramel, and Stop. They're AG Global!
And lastly, from Vietnam, Nero, Don't Cry, Hangan, and LBT. They are P Esports! Oh, 12 of the 18 total squad face off today to get the points over 6 matches, and it will take every ounce of skill to play versus the best in the world.
And the best of the best are here with us at EWC. That said, our teams have been introduced, our players are ready, and so is our game. So let's give it over to our casters and kick off game number 1.
Ooh, exciting, explosive. This is what we want to see on day 1 of the Free Fire Esports World Cup. Tash Manilas and Obvi here, your casters, and we are seeing, like Danley said, a lot of range of emotions coming in from these players. And I think one of the players from Esports are actually sick, they've mentioned before.
And also what got me exciting for this match is that Group A and Group B will be fighting for 6 games for tonight.
Yeah.
And what we are seeing, they are getting prepared actually.
Yeah, very, very prepared. I mean, when we talk about preparations, I mean, when we talk about playing globally, they have played globally before.
Yep.
Snapdragon Pro Series recently has happened, and they have met up with each other. Free Fire World Series from so many different regions has happened as well. So when we talk about preparing here, we talk about the adjustments, adaptations from the different regions, from a smaller region into a bigger region. How is each player going to play against each other? And I always say, day number 1 is a day of adaptation, day of ice breaking.
Yes, correct. And also what got me interested for the whole game for tonight is that with the new update,
Oh yeah.
what's the meta that we'll be using for the match, especially for Bermuda?
You know, you were mentioning the meta to me. I would love to hear more about that.
Yep.
So for you guys at home who don't know the meta, Avi.
Yeah. So one of it is that the Skylar, with the new updates, they will be he will be having 2 charge.
Right.
So that will be a game changer.
Right.
What by breaking the glue wall. So by that, will the players tonight will be using that Skylar as their main skill as well.
Yeah, Skylar is really terrifying when you think about it. It has a range where every single glue wall in the area will definitely be broken.
Yep.
So, you know, we talked about how it will definitely encourage more rush-style plays, right?
Yep.
And this is something that's very native, I feel, to Southeast Asia, how everyone loves playing aggressively. We see it happen, especially from Teams Falcons.
Yep.
We've seen it happen from Reverse Red. And I think I had a conversation with Carol last night about how in Brazil, for Loud, they're a little bit more of a slow-style play. So how will this affect their style?
Oh, then there'll be some possibilities. They'll be going towards the compound because probably if let's say they are in open space, we have the new update as well for the glue wetter,
Right.
whereby the damage is increased from 170 towards 230 damage to the glue wall. So if let's say they'll be going towards the on open space, then the chances are then there'll be some problems towards the players.
Yeah, I think you can see on the tables as well, you can see the little keys there. And it's really exciting when you think about these keys. I think EWC has made it really fun and very interesting how you are actually not only just climbing the top, you're also literally crushing your opponents. I think the Des talked a little bit just now about, you know, who they would have crushed in the bottom. Honestly, for me, the idea of being able to just snatch the key from a team you had rivalry with for a while, just putting it in not only the monument but also the trophy is a very, very exciting. It's very satisfying when you think about it.
Yeah, it's very satisfying when you can overtake the other teams that are your rival.
Yeah.
Especially like the previous one during the Snapdragon mobile challenges. And we can see that coming from Twisted Mind and Fluxo, the chances are they'll be fighting towards each other for the number 1. And if let's say the rivalry going towards between them, is going to happen for this whole match, maybe?
Yeah, for you guys who don't know, I mean, the Buram United, we should tell them about it. we should tell everyone at home. The Buram United were competing before. They were definitely the favorites coming up forward, right? And it felt like the Brazilian teams had already marked them. And that is one of the, I would say, the shortcomings of being on top for such a long time. You sort of put a target on your back. And every time Buram United were landing, they got hot dropped by the Brazilian teams, which really kind of put a damper on their points. So coming into this tournament, what do you think Bermuda United can do to combat this?
To me, I think they need to have a different drop spot,
Right.
an emergency one, because
Alternate drop spots.
alternate drop
Yeah.
spot. In case they are being hot dropped by the other teams, that would like them to not try to get more points as match goes on in for today.
Yeah, I think Bermuda United are one of the scariest teams, and they also mentioned about how EVOS, one of their players, was sick. We saw a little bit of the cool patch on their foreheads, and I don't blame them, honestly. I think if you guys didn't know, this tournament has brought so many different players from so many parts of the world as well. So the Riyadh weather, I would say, is very, very sunny here. So everyone's just really adjusting to it, and speak of adjusting as well, right? I mean, we talk about how players are going to be adjusting. Southeast Asia, a very, very aggressive region. How do you think they will fare against the rest of the world?
Oh, then the chances are for Southeast Asia teams, and we know that most of the teams that are coming in today as well are coming from that region. For them to be fighting with the other regions such as Latam, we have Brazil from the PK qualifiers and MENA as well, then the chances are, if let's say they are doing the same coming from their region, the others that need to adapt as well.
Yeah, I think it's more about being able to control the tempo, I feel.
Yes.
And the team that does the best in not only controlling tempo, but also making sure they're able to adapt to any tempo is going to come up on top here. Now, speaking about coming up on top, I think it's really important as well that we talk about I think we talk about like a lot of these tournaments coming forward, and for a lot of these teams, these kind of international tournaments are, I think, once a year. We have the Free Fire World Series happening once a year, but most of it, then I have the Snapdragon Pro Series. But then other than that, is very, very region based. And I know that we talked about like what metas could happen. We talked about the new Cassie coming forward. We saw Cassie. We talked about how what character combination is going to be happening. It's going to be JB. Skylar is going to be also really good. But do you think there are any weird combinations that can come through other than these three characters?
Oh, that's what I'm excited to see as well, because I think the pro players may know better. But for me, I think the one that you said just now, of course, would be one of the skills that mainly used by the players as well. Man, I heard that from the Brazilian team, they are living, like you said just now, for Dimitri.
Yeah, Dimitri.
Yeah, it's quite an what I could say is a
very heel
shock
heavy
to me as well, because for the Asia region, they are not used to Dimitri as per their skill.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's understandable because they like these rush comps. I mean, looking at teams like CGGG, Reverse Red, we saw them in Free Fire World Series. The way they played is very aggressive. They go around the map actively looking for teams to completely demolish. And because of the revive system comp, you're able to revive many, many times. You can also wait around the area and be able to catch them as they're dropping down, which means there's extra points for you guys to be farming as well. Excuse me. Coming into this as well, we also talked about how it could change the meta. I think Tatsuya was such a staple as well with the 2 dashes. And then we also talked about Iris, how she's able to penetrate the glue walls and just really put in a lot of the damage. And then we talked about Misha, who's able to disable those, the aim, the auto aiming, right? But when you talk about characters like Misha, when players are just so adept at headshotting, like players like Iago, Nando9 from Brazil, do you really does it really matter if there's a Misha in the game?
Then it doesn't, because especially for those the pro players, they have their snipers. Then their snipers is already without the auto aim, so they can immediately take out one of the players easily.
Yeah.
So I think for them, they wouldn't worry about that, and most probably for Misha, they wouldn't use as one of the passive skills within the game. But what got me exciting is that Nairi, with the new update, Nairi used to be healing the players that are using the skills by 20 HP, and now it got nerfed to 10 HP only. So for the players, then the chances are they'll be swapping for that passive skills.
Yeah.
And another thing, for the new character Cassie.
Oh yeah, Cassie. Cassie's great. I was checking her out recently. How you're able to link to your new teammates 3 HP per second, and your teammate drops between under 50 HP. Technically gives you 100 HP directly, and you could heal your teammates by shooting with the teammate without using the heal gun. So that's also honestly very, very I would say very convenient if you think about it. So I can definitely see, you know, you have your two rushers moving up forward together. You can have Cassie with you, just healing up, just as you soak up that damage.
Yep.
You can run with probably I would say a Skylar who has a buff to his armor as well. So it's going to be very, very tanky, and it will give so much space for the support players to do their damage.
Yeah, I do agree, because and then with Cassie as well, at least when with both Russia, they can assist towards each other. Maybe
Yeah.
one Tatsuya, one using Cassie.
Yeah.
Then they can be fighting towards the other players with that two skills, active skills used by the Russians.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a lot about like what we can expect from, you know, this game, but you know what we can expect from the stage here? The AR. That's really cool. So for you guys at home, this is alternate reality where you can only be seeing this. For you guys at home, you get augmented reality, excuse me, augmented reality where you can really take advantage of, you know, being able to see your pets, characters on the stage as well. I think it's really cool being able to see that online. I think we saw one of our panelists yesterday, Holler was riding on the on one of the pets. It was so cute.
And now, so what we are seeing, the players right now are getting ready for the match. With the flights has been taken off, and we have saw some of the teams has been dropping towards their drop spot. Are they gonna be fighting each other during the early phase of the game, or they will get the equipment first and then meet with each other?
I think it's really exciting when you think about these things because we talked a bit about what Burab United faced coming forward. They got hot dropped, hold that thought. Early one for Fluxo, as well as all gamers are here. It's just about that, getting that right timing. I don't think they've actually spotted MT7 quite yet, so it's keeping quiet as a mouse. I mean, not the end of the world right now with the revival. He goes down, just bring him back in.
Yeah, and right now what we are seeing for MT7, maybe he's just scouting where is the AG gonna go, because right now for AG they have been splitting 4 people here, quite a gap between each other. But for the Fluxos, they are trying to notice where are the movement coming from the players, and we are seeing here for MT7, he is using Skylar as part of his active skill, but that headshot was a nice one by Cypher.
Oh, that's really unlucky. A first blood can be brought back into the game, but that point into the bag is what's really important here. Now, we talked a little bit about what we can be expecting in terms of aggression. This is exactly it. Blue wall down from Bobs. Puts in the damage, not enough for a knock. He's chasing. Not done quite yet. His teammates all on the other side. It's all about trying to figure out where exactly everyone is. Go for the crunch. Go for a pickoff. Isolate if possible. You do not want to get traded.
Oh, right now they are still waiting, but Zin has been shot down, been knocked off of his HP, but automatically for Cypher, he taken one of the players remaining. Now for Fluxo in a dangerous spot with 2 players remaining. Can they get away from this, or are they gonna be the first team wiped out for the match 1?
All Gamers was a team that the audiences at home were really excited to watch. Actually had predicted this team, and looks like it was with good reason. Aggressive, very, very quick on the collapse, and good with playing with each other. That is what you want to be expecting here, players from Southeast Asia. Now, Fluxo, they still have Bobs. Surprised that Bobs was able to get out of that alive, given the fact that AG was just collapsing from so many different areas. And I think Dew really wants to end him if possible. Shots out, takes a bit of chip damage, not enough to knock him down.
Oh, but right now Bobs is trying to get away. He's trying to hide under that bridge. But we are seeing for Evos battling with Loud. One of the players has been taken down, which is Ray.
Yeah, Yago taking a lot of damage, knocked already. Good day. Quickly ending him. This is very unlucky. Yago does come back up online. Now, speaking of Yago, we had a bit of conversation of Yago just now with Carol about how Yago is one of the upcoming best snipers coming in from Brazil.
Oh, then the chances are maybe we can see one of those shots.
We would love to if he doesn't get knocked out. It's just so unlucky so very early. But you can already see how aggressive these comps are because of the revives happening. Hasu almost gets knocked down, solo, hiding, and just trying to survive and reset behind that glue wall. Not able to do that. Cow on 7. Very quick on this. With the knock, with the finish, everyone is trying to get every single precious point into their pocket. Because there's only a 3-day tournament before finally point rush. You want to be able to collect as much as you can. Mistakes, fatally, if you don't catch up, it's over.
Yes, I do agree with you. But from what I'm seeing right now for the team Loud, they are splitting the team quite far apart. With two of the players here in near towards plantation. But for them, the other two players is in Graveyard and Observatory. So the chances are they need to be grouping up. But we have another fight here. RRQ Mal has been taken out and immediately been killed by the other team, which is PE Sport.
PE Sports has been phenomenal when you think about their run previously in the Free Fire World Series. One of the more aggressive teams, wasn't able to make it to the top, but they were a team that were very, very tenacious.
Ooh.
Shots from Hwang An, so good, so sharp, showing us what spice Vietnamese teams can bring to the table. Gets the knockdown. Abai Hai out of the game for now until he gets revived. On the other hand, Hwang An not done quite yet. Sprays Nero, the bomber, puts in a lot of damage. And I love the fact that when these teams collapse, it's always together just to really disallow these trades to happen, minimizing damage to the team and also disallowing points to be collected. You want to be able to take these fights safely as you can. You retain your team, retain your shields, retain your armor. And for now, this fight between Loud is just ongoing, non-stop.
Yeah, right now they are trying to fight with EVOS. EVOS with 4 of the players. They are holding that compound. We have Abax on the left, but right now with that throw gone by Drax, immediately rushes in and take one of the players with 5 elimination points. Drax has been taken out. Chawan is trying to be safe, hiding in behind that glue wall, but immediately taken out right there.
Oh, so unlucky. Loud looks so good right now, though. I mean, we were talking about how prolonged these fights are for Loud, but they're just so quick on that revive, so quick to recover and go straight in for these fights. A Malay word, liat. Very tough to kill, very slippery, like an eel would be the right word for it. Very, very good gameplay coming from them. Outside the zone, but still tenacious. PE Esports still here. They haven't really finished. They finished the fights, going in for that reset if possible. Now coming into this, I think this particular fight for PE Sports, we talked about how tenacious they are, but they weren't able to make it toward the end. What do you think of their stamina for this particular team?
For me, I think at the early starts, they are doing good. And for them, a little bit history for PE Sport. They were number 2 in the Sea Spring Free Fire World Series. So right now, what are they trying to do is they're trying to get most points, and they have gotten 4 as at the 6th minute. But right now for Loud, Drax, unfortunately for him, he's been taken out by EVOS Gede.
The thing about Loud is that they're not worried about being caught out. They're playing very, very separately. This is all coming down to the individual skills, but no individualism here. As we look at Areta, spots out one player of PE Esports here. PE Esports was playing toward the shore side. Now, the reason why they're having to cross here is because they need to get into the circle. To get closer or deeper inside the circle, they're going to have to take this fight. Now, it's just about that waiting. They have really buffed each other up. Teleports on the top side of this building. It's all about finding the right areas, the right situations. This high ground will give a lot of value to the team PE Esports. They do encroach into the compound, but little they know, Reta, one player on the outer side, Lopes, if he's able to find the right timing for this, I would say this crunch, or rather this pickup, it'll be massive. But Hwang An is on the other end, so it's just the same read from each team. Which team will be making the first mistake is the question.
Yes, and right now for Rita, we have Lopez is standing by with the M24. Almost got that shot, but unfortunately for him, for PE Sport already went into the compound. And ooh, right now with that grenade launcher throw gone, but for Vidalau with that M60, immediately taken out one of the players. And right now they are rushing in as well.
Very, very aggressive, and they just rush through. Not only are they rushing, they're holding down this compound very well. The players of PE Esports are forced to give up their positions. They move from the outside or the top side of the area, moving out. We see the chrono already enabled as well, moving and weaving in and out just to deny those shots coming through as well. We do see a knock coming up forward from other areas, but for now, PE Esports, they retreat. They can't do much over here. And Hwang An, he needs to stay alive. His teammates are close by, but if this continues on, they might just be knocked down one by one. And this is something they want to avoid. They're playing very, very slowly now. PE Esports, they finally hit the brakes. Hwang An is spotted, but it's going to be very dangerous because they are deciding to go for a crunch from another end. It's hard to go anywhere when a team like Reta are all over the place right now.
And right now with that portal go, Chris immediately came in and Vidalao has been knocked down for their teammates trying to revive him. Lopez has been shot by two of the players. We have Don Cry and Nero, whereby Carlos is inside the compound on the second place, second ground.
Yeah, but fights are still happening here. Clock Tower is what we're looking at right now. Round here from NMG, still holding down. We have Nando 9. Hailed as one of the best snipers. Puts in a lot of damage. Knocked one out by round 7. The shotgun doing damage. 3 knocked out in one go. Round 7 looks so good playing that corner CQC fight. And we talked about the meta of the shotguns, and this is exactly what we wanted to see.
Yes, and what we can see with that M79, the grenade launcher is really helping them as well. With that, we can see 5 elimination points have been given towards the team. And right now what we are seeing, we have another two teams are coming towards the clock tower, whereby for the Team Niners, right now they are trying to hit one of the players, which right beside them, owning Olympus. Can they take out, or are they trying to maintain this compound in the middle of clock tower?
You want to be able to. It is one of the prime areas to hold. Because see, one team here already rushing up forward, UAV already shown out as well, just to really give an idea of where everyone is going to be. Now, it's just all a matter of time. There we go. We saw the circle. Moving up toward the top side is a hard shift. So Clock Tower is still going to be a very, very hotly contested area. But for now, the Brazilians are going to be holding down the line, and they're going to be very, very happy with it. Nando 9 does get a bit of a chip damage, not enough to do much yet. But P Esports, they're going to have to go for a very, very long rotation from Rimnam Village.
Yes, and right now we are seeing the zone gonna be shrinking in 10 seconds. Of course, for the fourth zone, it'll be much more damage towards all the players. And with the zone going towards Clock Tower, we have only 3 squads inside the zone, which is the Miners. We have Evos and RRQ, but for the others, they'll be needing to fight for the others as well to maintain a compound. If not, then the chances are they have to use their glue wall to keep each other's off.
Despite this chaos, despite this aggression, no team has been hard knocked out yet. Revives all around, yeah, but Loud. 10 eliminations on the back. This is the 3rd best Brazilian team, and they're showing us that despite that title, they can prove that they can make it to top otherwise.
And right now we are seeing Gary being taken out, one of the players coming from Evos on the kill feeds. And right now for the zones, we are seeing a hot shot down below. Near towards them is AG, whereby 4 of the players right now trying to move in towards the compound. This is could be quite dangerous moment coming from hot shot, because if they are staying on the open zone, then the chances are they'll be stuck in the middle, whereby in the clock tower we have PE Sport trying to move towards clock tower and AG right behind them. And right now what we are seeing, they are still trying to find a safe place where they can do the rotation while the zone is shrinking toward the force circle.
Still have Dio on the outside as well, just moved into the area. They have a compound to the side. They have to take this fight toward the southern side there, but Action alone on the inside, Anas on the outside. They can, if they can able to isolate these fights properly, they can come up on top. It's not the end of the world. Very, very winnable. Stop rushes up forward. It's gonna be Dew who gets the first knockdown onto Action. All gamers show us why they're the crowd's favorites. Dew already with 3 in the bag. Saifa here as well. Try to find the final member through these glue walls. Finds nothing. Wasana on the outside as well. HS knocked out already, and Saifa gonna be happy with 3 points in his pocket once again. Wasana, this team, Buram United, despite the very unlucky run they had in the previous tournament, they're showing us what they can do to fix it and make it up on top.
Yes, and they already, for the AG, loses one of the players, and with that portal go, they immediately went inside the clock tower compound, and they are getting closer and closer towards the next zone, whereby for AG, they need to go out right now. If not, then the chances are they'll be damaged by the zones, and they are watching by Buriram and also PE Sports here down below.
Yeah, PE has been non-stop taking so many fights as they try to get into the circle. They're going to be down below. The clock tower here finds no one quite yet. But this positioning is very scary. It's low ground disadvantage. And if they need to get out, they'll be all out in the open. But they're patient. We've seen them able to take fights. You have Loud waiting on the other end, a team that's currently on fire. They've been taking fights on fights on fights and so quick on that revive. Their comp looks so good right now. Kawan 7. One of the, I think, giving so much support to his teammates to do the things that Loud is able to do right now. And they're playing it very, very safe. They're taking their time. And they're understanding that there's so many people in this clock tower area, a very hotly contested spot. They don't have advantages. They need to find a way to make it their situation. Perhaps a third party will be really important. Perhaps catching anyone in the middle of the rotations, that'll be really important. But they're not keeping quiet regardless.
Yeah, and they're holding the compound quite well for the team Loud and make sure that the others will not coming to them. But right now what we are seeing for Buriram, we have one team down below which is quite close. They got the knockout, but for AG, Caramel has been taken out.
Yeah, it's a very, very aggressive fight. Wasana once again with a quad. Entire team knocked down just like that. Penta, in fact, for round 7. The Brazilians showing us the powers they can bring here against the Southeast Asia. The quad, in fact, for Iago as well. Loud is being extremely loud, and I am loving it, and so does Brazil. They're still holding down the line despite the disadvantages. They're doing so well. All gamers, despite being the crowd favorite, not making it out yet, quite yet, but it's looking Loud is trying to take over this entirety of the area. No movement quite yet from the other members of the team on the inside of the area. But for this time, NMG staying quiet as a mouse. Don't want to take this fight. Nando 9 knocked down.
Oh, right now we only left with 6 teams, and Wasana already got Nando 9 right there. And for Phoenix Esports, they are P Esports. They are down below. They are waiting in the tunnel here, but they need to be careful because Loud just left to them, and with the bomb has been thrown, Chrono has been opened, and now they are fighting with each other. LBT with only half of his HP.
Looking so good. Nero on a killing spree. Going so aggressive. PE. They take down the Kings, the aggressors, and the whole lobby breathes a sigh of relief. Don't cry. Looking so good. 3 left in the bag. No one found Gary quite yet, and he's been surviving for so long. PE Sports, though, he's there. He's running for his life. Displays so many utilities placed down. All the damage, all the heals, everything in the kitchen sink. Don't cry. Knocked down already. We can see RRQ going very aggressive. A new kill leader on the platform, and they're not stopping at all. Despite the low ground disadvantage, they go aggressive. They take this fight, and they yell back, we are down here below, and we can come up to the top.
And right now for RRQ, they are leading the points with 8 eliminations. And for General, he got Moshe coming from Buriram. But for RRQ, they are waiting. They are trying to find a safe place. For Buriram, it's just above them on Clock Tower compound. For Phoenix Esports, we have Nero. Nero trying to close in towards Gary, and he's been shot by Abai High.
The point steal! It's so good, Nero! Finds one right before. He's trying to deny some points. Doesn't move quite yet as we move into this area, RRQ. Now the new kill leaders, 9 in the bag. Regardless, we now have our top 5 PE down and out. Everyone else, RRQ, healthy and healthy with 4. And so is NMG. Net Shoes, Miners, they're looking so good right now. They want to go aggressive. And we talk about how Nando 9 wanted to come in as one of the best snipers, taking his throat away from Iago.
No, and we left with only 3 teams, but NMG almost got the players coming from Buriram. We have 4 players coming from NMG with RRQ, revive their own teammate. Buriram, only 3 players left. We are on the 17th minute, 11 players remaining, but they are only being split by that wall.
Here we go, Buriram United spots out, has to be careful. You can see RRQ waiting for the ultimate time to rush, and this is the time. Moving forward, the monster truck moves out of the way. Mal, jump shots all around. He's so quick, finds Wasana, immediately knocks him down. And Wasana has been one of the heavy hitters. Nando 9 does answer back though. Massive, huge. Another one knocked down in the back. RRQ looks so clean, so clean. Aggressive with their plays. And now NMG, they cannot go anywhere. And the monster truck completely obliterates, rushes them, and crushes them as well. And it looks so good for RRQ. 2 members left. 1 more member from Buriram United can't do more than that. A quarter kill for Razor. And a booyah on the line for this team, showing us what they bring for the Indonesians.
Nice, good job towards RRQ. What a gameplay. What we are seeing, how Buriram is trying to create a chaos with that monster truck. And now RRQ maintain their spots, immediately taken out Miners as well. And now the booyah goes towards them as well.
literally crushing their opponents. Like they want to crush the keys from the other teams. Started off so good for the Brazilian teams. It looked amazing, honestly. But I think that's a story for the panel itself. So for now, we're going to go for a quick break. When we come back, Dan Lee, as well as the panelists, are going to tell us what happened in that game.
Locking in the first ever booyah at the Esports World Cup. And boy, did they do it in an extravagant fashion. Amazing play. That ending, okay, we very rarely see an ending like that in a game of Free Fire, but Cloud, Neptune, look at this beauty. Chaotic action. Bloodthirsty players. I mean, we saw vehicles in that circle. That is almost unheard of.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a while since a vehicle has been used to really finish a game, but I love how it's turning up because they're really using the dynamics of a Free Fire Battle Royale as it is, and as well as how they got into that position. But I guess there's a lot more story from the beginning of the match up until what we've just seen.
Exactly. So Cloud, we actually saw something very surprising, right? We saw Fluxo being the first team eliminated in the round. And I know a lot of players, a lot of teams were expecting them to place high. What kind of happened with Fluxo in that round?
Yeah, I was genuinely surprised as well because in my top 3 prediction, Fluxo was one of those teams.
Okay, I hate to be that person as well. Fluxo was my number 1, so
yeah.
something kind of happened.
There you go, right? So we have a lot of love from our panelists here for Fluxo, but then again, you know, here's the thing that I always say, it doesn't matter how you start, it matters how you end. So it's only game 1, ladies and gentlemen.
But I would say, like, game number 1, if you're going to fail one map, not the last place. Because Fluxo has a huge potential, and we're only talking about 3 days for knockout stage. Just to break it out, they just drop in against AG Global, and then that's final member Bobs. He was hunted, especially by the none other than Do. So we know how Do is on the sniper. Regardless of how far you run away, you'll be spotted.
You'll be spotted, he'll get you, and eventually shut your dreams down in game number 1. And I think I want to add to that as well, right, Neptune? These players, because you're playing the knockout stage, you only get 2 play days, right? We say 3, but it's 3 because we have to share it across all those groups. And so to have that game number 1, I mean, Cloud, if you're Fluxo, now the pressure is on to overperform your next 5 games today, because if you flunk those as well, do you know what that means? Your key's getting crushed.
Well, honestly, for me, if I'm Fluxo, I'll be chilled. Number 1 is because it's game number 1.
Relax.
Yeah, relax. Because number 2 is all about qualifying onto the next stage because you have a lot of slots to qualify. So I wouldn't be too worried with this sort of performance in game number 1. So again, the message to the fans of Fluxo, I know a lot of them might be nervous. Don't be.
Our MVP for the match, though, is Abe High. This man, oh my gosh, he overperformed. This man was awake, he was ready to go, he was popping heads. Look, I don't know if this man can play any better, okay? If he starts the World Championships, okay, the World Esports Cup like this, I can't imagine what else we can expect from him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, from the qualifiers, he's always present when it comes to engagement. And earlier, I thought it was PE Sports going solo was able to take down the one in front of him as they go into the circle, but it was Abe who was so far away.
Yeah, and speaking about PE Sports, I really like how they navigated around the terrain. Like they used the tunnel to get to their destination, closer to the circle, and they avoided all those unnecessary fights that were happening above them. It's like, hey, you guys want to party? We'll let you guys have the party. We'll stay chill down there. And by doing so, they even got an extra kill out of that.
It pays to be passive sometimes, right? Just got to be passive, wait for that opportunity. But, you know, we finished our first game, right? Bermuda is done and dusted. We still have to jump into the rest of the map pool. So, you know what that means? Purgatory is next. So, speaking of Purgatory, right? What are some teams that we're going to look at here? Because we do know for a fact there are certain teams that do favor certain maps.
Yeah, I mean, I would say there are a few teams who are very proficient in open areas, just like Bermuda from what we've seen, and similarly Purgatory. So couldn't take away RRQ, as well as Buridam United, who has been proficient in not just like more than 1 or 2 maps from the qualifiers, but it's more of how they place themselves as well as how they grab elimination along the way. So it might be overselling Buridam United, but a lot of teams might be able to grab a few more points later on.
Yeah, speaking about a few more points, I'm pretty sure that Fluxo wants to bounce back from game number 1. So who knows, maybe it's just a warm-up match. But you know, just like how every other gamer would say out there, if in game number 1 you don't do well, it's like, it's just a warm-up match. Coming to game number 2, I mean, Purgatory could be a map that they're very much well prepared for.
Maybe it's a map that the Indonesians are going to take over again, right? Because let's be realistic. Who thought RRQ would be taking the first game? Bermuda of all maps, right? Everyone knows how to play Bermuda. And of all the teams, RRQ, the team that every single time I put my money on them, I say RRQ is going to win, something clicks. Maybe I'm just very unlucky, who knows? But this team, I'm very excited for them. I know the Indonesian fans are very excited for them, but obviously the Thai fans, the fans from Brazil, they want revenge, okay? They want their big dogs to take that trophy, to take those points. I mean, Vietnam, right? Vietnam, PE Sports, they're really playing fantastically so far. So obviously the Vietnam fans are very excited too.
Yeah.
Do we have any predictions, do you think, for this next map?
Again, well, we're talking about a little bit of chaos, and I guess that is what RRQ managed to take advantage on that map number 1. And this is where a few bounce back will be happening. Earlier, you did mention that Fluxo might be able to go in by this map number 2, but we might see a few more who missed their chance in grabbing a few more elimination, who has been passive all the way, like Netshoes Miners. They understand how to play with that circle, but not so much in terms of points.
Yeah, I'm a fan of tactics. So I really love what I saw from P Esports in game number 1, how they rotated around the map, how they decide on what sort of fights do they want to take, how they even block out Loud. You gotta think about it at some point to stop them from coming in. And they sneakily stole away an elimination as they tried to get into the circle. Yeah, the circle kept running away from them, and I think that's totally understandable, but hey, it's still about survivability. At the end of the day, a Battle Royale game is all about surviving.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. It looks like game number 2 is ready. So let's jump into it with our casters. Tash Bunny, as well as Ovi, take it away.
Wow, wow, wow. This is going to be a very exciting one as we go into the second map. I mean, when we talk about maps that have been played a lot, Bermuda, Purgatory are definitely going to be those maps that we want to look out for. RQ, a great recovery coming forward. They were very quiet in the beginning, and I love the fact that they had that mid-round call to just go aggressive toward the end. Very different than what we saw from Loud. Now, speaking of Loud, what we saw from their regional style play was a very passive style gameplay. We saw a lot of eliminations or kills picked up. What was more interesting is the fact that I think because of the meta shift, they had shifted to more aggressive style. It looks so good on them.
Yes, and also what we can see from the early of the fights, they are splitting solo by each of their team members, and they group together at nearly at the middle of the game. That's where they are getting more and more points, and eventually during the mid game, they're already leading towards the standing itself during that fight. But what I want to touch a little bit here for map Purgatory. It's quite a big map.
It is a massive map.
And also, we can see that the Brasilia is the only compound, the only place which have lots of compound.
Yeah.
And this is what I'm wondering. We have 12 pro players here. Which compound that they would like to take out of all the spaces that they can get to?
Yeah, I think when you talk about compounds, what's really important is that I think when it comes to compounds and circles, I think it's a more anticlimactic ending because you can't really tell where each player is going to be, and just clearing out every single compound is going to be a pain. Now, if you are holding a compound and the circle shifts away from you, you are forced out into an open area. And especially since all the other compounds are going to be held by other teams, it puts you in such a vulnerable position. So what are your protocols if that were to happen? It's such a gamble, right, when you come into these kind of situations and these kind of areas. I also really want, now talking after we talked about that, you know, the compound of Brasilia, I really also want to talk about like teams here. In your opinion, which teams really, I mean, like, I think we could say like it's almost similar style of play when you talk about Purgatory as well as Bermuda. But do you think there's any team in your opinion that really shines on this particular map?
For this map, from what I can see, the chances are, out of the 12 teams right here, maybe Buriram. But the gameplay coming from Loud on the first one was quite good. So for me, the chances are, if let's say they can maintain their momentum towards the at the end of the game, then the chances are they might be the one that will be taking the booyah for this round.
That's right. Now, flight coming into from Mount Villa all the way to the crossroads. Now, Sir Cloud did mention something very interesting in the pre-show just now, is that when you play, it's just the first map, you can sort of, it's okay to lose very, very early. But given the fact that this format is very, very short, only 2 days to play technically, depending on the groups, it's very scary when you lose a map. Fluxo is one of the teams. Can they keep up is the question.
Yes, can they keep up? And now the flight path are going towards Crossroad. We are seeing Mount Villa. 2 of the squads here. We have Fluxo and Onyx Olympus. They will be fighting towards each other for the early games. And right now we have seeing both Zains is trying to find one more weapon towards him. He's immediately used that pocket shop. Trying to find, are they going to be towards the Fluxo or Fluxo going towards Onyx Olympus?
It's interesting. Bit more quiet. But Onyx this time around, they want to join in on the action just like their brother team, RRQ. Regardless, Hasu knocked down already on the other end, but Gardu knocked down, coming in from the other side. Is just chaos coming in from everywhere, but you gotta give it to Onyx. They are so good in that collapse. Fluxo not quite done yet, but Onyx eliminated so early, not able to recover. in these situations, you expect one player to already be skedaddling out of the way into the revive center, but Fluxo, they had protocols to disallow this from happening.
Oh, unfortunate for Onyx Olympus. They have been taken out on the 12th place on the first minute. But Aim God just got one of the eliminations coming from Chawan. And right now for Rita, they are fighting with Netshoe Miners.
Yeah, Vidalau coming in, quickly picking up that point. Confirm, in fact, one of the members of the Netshoes Miners are already running out of the way as well. So this is a good thing for them. Vidalau with a double in the bag, in fact. No worries about recovering their teammates, but it's NMG out. And this is a very, very interesting moment for us because we talked about the revive, about how players are able to play aggressive and just have one player running out of the way to go for that revive. But the problem is when they are dropping in together, teams that are hot dropping, teams are dropping to another team, the biggest thing that comes into this is how fast can you get the loot? How fast can you recover from this situation? Because in this situation, when you're not able to quickly prepare yourself for these early fights, you will be punished. And that's what we are seeing from these two teams.
Yes, and for now, we are seeing EVOS. They are trying to revive their own teammate with Ray, using that 400 coins, using that vending machine as well. G'day has been revived with 1 elimination points, goes towards them for Loud. They are, right now, they are doing a rotation whereby they are trying to find where are the other members. But for Lost 21, it's almost close towards them, which is PE Sports. And for Hot Shots, they are coming in towards RRQ, which is on the central. This is quite dangerous for Hot Shot if, let's say, they have been figured out or found out by RRQ.
We talked about how Loud is playing today, very aggressive, but it's not a team-based aggression. It's all just confidence, individualism, confident in how they play, confident that your teammate is able to revive you quickly as you can. We had a conversation just now about how fast the recovery is as soon as they get picked up. But speaking of recovery, not happening quite yet. As you can see, all gamers, the team of our crowd favorites here, picks up Huang Ang, quick on that as well. He goes down, no problem to revive. His teammates are still around. Huang An from PE Esports has been one of those players who are just so adept at these long-range fights. Very quick to just go in for the support and just really, I would say, complement his rushers as soon as they take up that space.
Oh, but now we are seeing on the 3rd minute, for Hot Shot, they already swam towards central. But the way they are playing right now, they are trying to avoid as many fights as possible by by walking near the beach there. But if Abai notice them, then the chances are they'll be fighting towards each other. But I guess he did not maybe notice the players towards them as well.
Oh, that's beautiful how they've been playing this. Now, the way they've been playing this toward Loud is just massive. And finding Loud this early is good, honestly. You want to just really stop their momentum. And Loud is a team that right now it looks like it's a very high-risk, high-reward play, individualism play, aggressive very, very early and quick on that revive. But the thing is, playing separately means that you're not going to get knocked out together as a team, which means that you are going to be playing inside the game. And so I think there were questions as well, I think from Yunsul mentioning to us, like, what happened to the Brazilians? I said, I don't think there's anything bad happening to the Brazilians. It's just the way they play. And on the day, Booyah, because of the format, Booyah is going to be that bonus that you can get in terms of points. Eliminations, kills are going to be, I would say, the bread and butter moving forward coming into the next upcoming days.
Yes, I do agree with that. And right now, what I'm seeing here, Tash, is that the zone are moving towards Brasilia. And with the first zone are shrinking.
That was actually good, good prediction from you. Really good, actually.
the players, what I'm seeing right now, most of the players, they are playing outside the zone.
Right.
So are they trying to catch one of the teams by playing outside, or they will try to get to the compound first?
Speaking of compounds, not happening here. Long-range fight happening from these two teams. Now you can see the PE running for their life. 2 knockdown already. Evas G'day gonna be very happy. He's taken up a lot of space for his teammates, survived for as long as he can, and it's just distracted all the other members of PE Sports there. So we still have one member. No worries on that revive, but being in the zone for too long also means, I would say, a drop in your resources coming into the late game. So they're going to have to figure out how they're going to be able to recover moving forward. There you go. There's the revive. Now, PE Sports, we talk about how they're doing very well in Southeast Asia. Very aggressive team, does very well. A bit unlucky in the beginning, but survivability-wise, I think toward the mid-game was pretty good.
Yeah, and also if we compare from the first game and towards the second game, we already lost 2 of the teams here on the 6 minutes.
That's very aggressive.
Very aggressive compared to the first one.
Yeah,
But
very decisive in those kills as well.
yes, correct. And they immediately taken out one of the whole squads. But what we are seeing right now for Fluxo, they are fighting with Buriram. Are they gonna make it, or Buriram gonna eventually try to rush in towards Fluxo?
Wasana was massive just now with his quads, with his pentas, and he wants to do it again. He plays a little bit separately from his teams, catches them off guard. A monster truck has been delivered right at your the footsteps of Fluxo. Gonna be very happy with that. We saw an ending that we never really see, just really completely crushing. How poetic if you think about it. Wasana on top side, high ground advantage here, jump peaks, trying to spot out anyone down there. I think he did spot one out. Throws out a bit of a util, finds no one quite yet. Does displace them. Straight into their arms, not quite. And look at Fluxo. They're choosing to play outside of the zone instead. They're understanding they don't have the firepower. They had it at a disadvantage in terms of the zone as well. And they're trying to say, okay, it's fine. Let's just play a little bit more passive. Let's try and hope someone passes by, or perhaps get a pick off first before we fully commit. And speaking of committed here, EVOS still going aggressive. Finds himself in front of Loud. Cooks up a nade. Finds no one. Good day. Jumping up forward. Kawan unfortunately blows himself out by accident. What happened there, Loud? But it's okay. Gets the revive.
Oh, but immediately for Gade, he got that grenade launcher, which is M79. But for Loud, they are fighting with EVOS Divine. We are seeing Abax with that shot. Automatically they are trying to get one of the players. For Loud, they are still maintaining their position inside their compound, but they are trying to go down to take a safer place. But one of the players coming from Loud is trying to take Abax here.
It's so good. Look at the collapse coming in from EVOS. They have completely surrounded the other members of Loud. It's all about trying to stay alive. Yago, though, showing us what he does in terms of getting those sniper shots. He gets Abax. He goes aggressive. And now the other members of EVOS forced to move away, running out of supplies, running out of items. They can't take this fight for so much longer. Ray tries to put in damage. Kawan 7 survives another round. Yago as well. A nade forward. The weapons coming through. No damage. Ray surviving for as long as he can. Gade from the lower ground. No advantage toward him. Aim God. They are just too separated. And this is not good as we go to another fight. Buram United finally finds himself in front of Fluxo. They go aggressive. Gio, in fact, gets a triple quad right there. So aggressive. And Fluxo making up for that oopsie they did in the beginning of the game.
Oh, but immediately they're trying to find 2 of the players coming from Buriram. We have Wasana still alive with Moshi. He's trying to hide behind that glue wall, but immediately for Bobs, he's chasing. But for Buriram, they're trying to take some space to create some gaps towards Fluxo. But Fluxo are not giving them any rooms.
He looks so good right now. Bobs, you saw just now one of the, I would say, playmakers for the team. He gets knocked, unfortunately. Wasana showing us why he is one of the game makers or the game changers for this particular team. Not quite done yet. Fluxo, despite losing 2, they can still come back to survive this. Jump shot forward, but Zin can do more than that. MT7 is still alive though, but Wasana walks away with 3 points in the bag as we move into this particular fight. Chris finds Cluso. He's not done quite yet. Guys see 19 rushing up. Chris with 3. He's waiting on the outside. Elite trying his best to put in a lot of damage, breaking those glue walls. Kill leader is gonna be Retaf. Meanwhile though, 19 gonna be eliminated. Vidala with the triple. Very, very aggressive on this team.
Yeah, a great shot with that throw gun done by Vidalo. Immediately taken out one of the squad just now for Rita. They are leading the elimination points, but close by towards them, we have Ray trying to hide himself away from notice by the others. Oh, look at that loot. There are a lot.
Catching! Oh man, Loud! They are still very aggressive, taking fight after fight. Do you see how fast they go for those revives every single time they get knocked down? Kawan 7 just pulls himself up. Immediate revival for the team. And it's so good because it allows them to reconvene. Now MT7 finally gets caught off guard all alone. Buram United, they say you can run, but you cannot hide. They did find them in the end. They did get a revive, I believe. Not too sure. But for this time around, Buram United, they are showing us a nice little balance of survivability and aggression, and I'm really liking how they're playing this. And speaking of liking it, PE Sports once again finds himself in this fight. Stopped literally just stops, don't cry. Can't do anything. Gets knocked down. Nero knocked out to the lobby once again, waiting for that revive or that pickup to happen once again. Abax as well from EVOS finds LBT. P Esports once again finds themselves in these rotations where they're not able to avoid these fights, and it's never been in their favor.
Oh, unfortunately for Huang, he need to get as safe as possible because right now the zone are moving towards nearby the river. So the chances are he'll be met with RRQ and Hotshot. But right now what we are seeing for AG with 4 elimination points, we're on the 11th minute. But for PE Sport, been taken out on the 8th place, done by RRQ. And we have EVOS. Gade is trying to see where are the players coming from the AG. But Abax has already been inside. He's trying to hit half of his HP, but immediately been taken out by Stop with that Drogon.
So good right now. Stop with a triple already. Very aggressive. We are seeing a lot of hero plays come through, and it's because his teammates are able to give him that space to go aggressive. Gade all alone. All gamers wants to find him. They go around, can take in one perhaps before he goes down. Glue wall, knocked out of the way. Quickly repositions, eats a lot of damage. 42 HP, going down, down. No more than that. Stop clears him down, and Stop completely obliterates another team. His teammates have been doing a lot to give him that pressure and that space. Aim God as well with a double kill himself. He's not done quite yet despite losing 2, and they are just completely just rushing into the circle. All gamers cannot hold on any longer and deciding, okay, that's fine, take the next compound, and we will gatekeep the rest of EVOS from this side.
And they'll be giving the chance for Ray to revive his own teammate. We are seeing Aim God has been trying to go inside the zone, but AG is not giving the chance for them to go. And with 2 of the players, Caramel is trying to look for the others. Are there any EVOS players still outside? But right now they are sharing. Aim God has been taken out by Dew.
Man.
And together with Duds, RRQ also got Gade.
Ray needs to make a miracle happen right now. All alone, quietly, not a revival spot in sight. Perhaps can go for a pick-off. Yes, he does! Doesn't get the pick-off though. Doesn't get the confirm. Unfortunately, Dew, once again, the savior for the team. So quick on that reaction. But speaking of reaction, they are in trouble. Action finds Caramel, gets knocked down. A quick revive coming up forward. But on the other end, we can see that Loud has found themselves another victim. Chris, Vidalu, Carl, running for their lives, has to go for a way that they can just quickly stop them from coming into the area and protect their compound.
And for Hotshot, quite a nice one. Unfortunately for Buriram, they've been taken out by the team RRQ. And now we are left with a 6 squad on the 13th minute. 19 players remaining. For us, is still watching on the uphill there. There's a battle by Hotshot and towards the AG. And we are seeing Sajid got Cypher. Are they gonna be wiping out AG from the fight between the 2 teams?
So good on one end, quickly finds one. Clearly stealing the spotlight, but the spotlight now is on Retta. They're taking a lot of damage. Just taken down one by one. It's so hard to go for that pickup. Zone not on their side either. And the rest of the team is just completely just collapsing onto them. In this situation, what can you do? Hasu in action. They have been multi-fragging over and over. Meanwhile, on the other end, Bermuda United is out, Loud in the lead. Regardless for this one, for HS, they're going to be very happy. Hotshot doing what they do best. They're one of the best in their regions, and they want to show why they're the best in their region. In this situation, Loud is here, fighting 2 teams at the same time. In fact, it's going to be RRQ as well as Hotshot in front of them, and they are not stopping.
And right now, with all the teams, with their players, 4 from each team, they are trying to find a way how to get to one another. And for Hotshot, they are taking behind this rock to take a shot between Loud. Right now, for RRQ as well, they are trying to sneak that shot towards... It's going to be some trouble towards the Brazilian team.
Yeah, it's unlucky because the circle does favor Loud. But the thing is, it's a tiny area. The only thing they have for cover is just that rock. They do have glue walls. They can use it. You can see that the members of Loud are taking a lot of damage. And you can see a lot of pressure coming in from Hotshot. And RRQ is happy to allow that to happen. Third party is a strat. And that's exactly what's going to be happening. Hasu with 2 already. You can see that Hasu is not stopping at all. The members of Loud are slowly falling one by one. Yago will be next. But in this situation for Hotshot, they find 3. Mal, in fact, from RRQ finds it. And RRQ happens to love this situation. Hotshot with only 2 left cannot do anything. That fight took everything out of them. And RRQ, a back-to-back booyah, showing us the best from Indonesia.
Woo! Second booyah for the night coming from RRQ. What a gameplay! They know what they need to do when to take. Coming from lob, coming from hot shot, they know the right timing where to go in. And this is why they got that second booyah.
You gotta really give it to RQ. Their patience is phenomenal. All of their fights has been from mid to long range. Mal having so many situations where they're able to come up on top, get those multi-frags, not even heroics even. I mean, we talked about heroics in the previous match, but RQ understands that third party is a strat. They were very patient, understanding, yes, the circle is coming to Loud, but the team that has to push in is going to be Hotshot because of the zone. Now, they allow that to happen. They are forcing that to happen. They understand that Loud was slowly just taking a lot of damage from them as well as Hotshot, so they weren't able to recover from that. Gives RQ the win. Regardless, that breakdown is going to be done by the panel, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for the breakdown of Map 2.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
And we have RRQ, the Day 1 Slayers, locking in the second booyah here at the Esports World Cup. Looking absolutely proud of themselves, securing that second booyah and a whopping 24 points just on placements. We're not talking about eliminations here, just placements after their first 2 games, looking basically unstoppable at this point. Gentlemen, what is up with RRQ? I don't know what they've done. I don't know if it's breakfast, their training, their coach, they bring their lucky charms. Is someone wearing their lucky slippers? What is going on with this team?
Well, if we look at the highlights earlier on, right, so I'm a man of culture. I like tactics.
Wait, are you? Man of culture, sorry, I have to stop you. No, just go on. Go on,
yes,
go on.
I'm very cultural. I keep the tactics, right? That's my culture. And RRQ, what they did is that with that sort of circle, if you kind of notice that they hug onto the beach, the coastline, whatever happens, wherever the circle goes, even if the circle goes away from them, they would have one of the earliest access onto the other side of the island. So by keeping themselves there, they already have the upper hand first. But when we reached to stage 4, the circle went all onto them, and well, I guess they had the opportunity of playing at the game there.
Yeah. I think they were just very lucky. I don't know what it is. I mean, RRQ, don't get me wrong, they got a bunch of kills.
Come
they
on,
really played it
it's
well.
not luck, man.
And
It's
to get
skill.
back-to-back is actually a tremendous job, right? But let's talk about the other team, EVOS, the other one. We saw the play from G'day. He was going 1 versus 2. He somehow survived that one. And then also Con7 from Loud Red's actually coming in with a grenade launcher. He knocked himself down when he was trying to shoot him. So G'day, again, very lucky. So I don't know what it is about the Indonesian squads, but they have a bit of a blessing, so to speak, where things are just kind of missing them left and right.
Dude, the first fight, G'day 2v1.
Hey, that was crazy.
PE
That was actually
Sports. And if we were to break down that fight itself, PE Sports, they had the higher ground against G'day.
Yeah.
But G'day, who was at the lower ground, naturally you'll be thinking to yourself, I was kicking back at my seat, right, just watching the game. I was thinking, like, G'day is gone. But he came up with a 1v2 clutch from the lower ground. It's insane.
It's insane because of the fact that he really caught him off guard. I mean, he turned it around. He was just like, hey, you know what I mean? I know that they're coming. I'm just going to go for it, and I'm going to go get lucky. And he really did get lucky on that one. Let's be honest.
No, man.
Okay, hold on. I think on the other side of the spectrum, okay, it could be nerves. We do have to remember this is the first day these teams are also playing on stage against these groups, right? They're basically going in blind because, let's be real, you're going to be bringing new strats in onto the world stage. You're not going to be doing the normal stuff, right? So maybe it's the jitters, the adrenaline. You think, oh, it's just one person, okay? It's just one. Oh, it's good. Oh, okay, bye, guys. Well, next game. It happens.
Yeah, but this happened as well. I mean, we're having a good highlight here again onto how did RRQ score the booyah. Again, tactical gameplay. They know where to position themselves, and they deserve it.
Yeah, I mean, they deserved it. Look at that, the number of eliminations they got total. I think it was 11 kills as well. I mean, that was only, tied with Loud, who has had a decent job. I mean, I think if we're talking about the Brazilian squads in general, Fluxo not so great with the 8th place, plus the Netshoe Miners in 11th. They have not really adjusted to the jet lag, maybe.
Could be the jet lag. Maybe it's the groupings as well, right? Because we also have to consider the teams that they've been grouped in. But then again, I mean, we've got some pretty big teams in Group C as well. Not to say that, Group A, Group B, they're just sort of there. Actually, I do have a question that I did not get to ask anybody starting off in the show. Out of all the groups, what do you think is the group of death?
Ooh. I personally think it's Group B.
Group B?
Group B. I know there are a lot of maybe 1, 2, and 3s. It's kind of like a mixed bunch. But then again, if you kind of think about it, if you kind of average out the score or the placement, however that you want to label them, it's a pretty heavy group.
It is a heavy one. Okay, going into this one, I actually thought it was Group A. I thought Fluxo, I thought Netshoe Miners, and then plus the top 2 squads from Indonesia, EVOC Esports as well as Onyx, I thought they were going to be these titans. It was going to be this massive group of death, so to speak. But seeing what we've seen thus far, they haven't really shown up. Group B is kind of coming out the victors.
I mean, just to add on a little bit more, RRQ came out with 2 booyahs, then Group B, by the way.
They're in Group B, so maybe it's Group B. Could be Group C, they're just chilling. They're just watching in the competition. They're not too afraid of anything at this point in time. But things are going to be changing for our teams now, right? Because we have to shift over to game number 3. It's a different map altogether. And this is my favorite map as well, folks. It's Kalahari, okay? And the one thing about Kalahari that makes it so unique over a lot of the other maps is it requires a vastly different play style. It's very big, it's very open, you have the grappling hooks as well. And we see a lot of play around those cliffs, okay? So going into Kalahari, what do you think we're going to be seeing in terms of play styles? Because we have had a bit of a taste for these 2 groups. Very passive, I feel, for game number 1. It started to speed up in game number 2. Do you think the teams are going to slow down again for Kalahari or maybe speed it up?
I think that some teams that have already a good head start here in terms of points, right? They might want to take this a little bit slower because they know that, okay, it's Kalahari. I mean, it's going to be the first time they play in this kind of group, right? But for teams who did not manage to collect many points, this must be the round that they start to put in the gas, pedal on the metal to really catch on the points, and we can expect a lot more fights from them.
Yeah, I expect more fights, but it's to, you know, Danny's point about the fact that the map is much bigger, it's harder to find some of those teams, so to speak, right? And I think that is the right approach, and that's definitely what teams need to do, especially on their bottom. When you're trying to make a move, you have to get some kills. You have to find teams, you have to be aggressive.
Yep. Now, speaking of teams, let's have a quick look at our MVP for the round, which is none other than the man known as Dutz. This guy, he put on a spectacular showing in that previous round. And actually, I kind of forgot to mention going into game number 3 here, you know a team that's good at Kalahari? Their name starts with R and ends with a Q. So we could potentially be looking at a 3-way back-to-back booyah for RRQ. Assuming we don't jinx them, okay? Because the panel, we have been known to jinx players before, but something to consider, right? Something to digest as we get ready for that game number 3.
I mean, I've heard of a caster's curse before, but I haven't heard of an analyst curse. So we're pretty safe here.
Okay, hold on, this is host curse. This is like a different thing altogether.
Host curse. It's a whole different dirty curse that's coming out.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, but I mean, it's one of those things where even in this part where teams really need to step up, I think RRQ, like, do you actually tone it down a bit because of the fact that you've gotten these 2 booyahs, you have this sizable lead, everybody's like bowing down to you, so to speak. How do you play this one in game 3?
I mean, this is where you want to ride on the momentum, right? And you want to have an upper hand against your opponents. You want to strike fear into all of them. And it's not only about this stage of the tournament. You want to bring this sort of fear even into the grand finals, assuming they do go there, that is. So you want to carry that momentum, and I do have a feeling that RRQ would still go for it.
Okay, you were very passionate there. I was actually getting scared of you just telling me that right there. I mean, I think it seems to be your full support of RRQ. You definitely want them to kind of continue on pushing. I think it's been great for them to see this Indonesian squad. Because again, we haven't really seen a champion from Indonesia yet. I think it's a top 3 region, and they're kind of proving it at this point. But to really take it over the edge, to call themselves champion, I mean, we're only in day 1, but I think we're getting there.
Maybe it's not RRQ that's the one that puts the pedal to the metal or slows down.
Yeah.
It could be the rest of the competition, right? I think it goes without saying there are a few teams that might be a little disappointed with their performance today, right? I think in particular, I think we've highlighted them a lot, unfortunately. Fluxo, you know, I don't think they're happy with where they are. They definitely want to pick things up. I'm not quite sure Kalahari is their kind of map though, right? We've seen last year they were a bit on and off with this map every now and again. But we are going to let the teams get ready for this next game. But before that, we are going to go for a quick break. So folks, if you have anything to do it now, but make sure you're back for game number 3 as Kalahari here for the Free Fire Esports World Cup.
صراحة يعني فرصة فريدة من نوعها. الورد كاب هذه يعني مش مثل الورد كابات اللي فاتوا قبل. وورد كاب من نوع جديد وبتنظيم جديد وبطريقة جديدة وسكوادات قوية كالعادة. يعني شعور جيد بصراحة. فري فاير هي اللعبة الوحيدة اللي دخلت فيها عالم الإيسبورتس وما عنديش أي لعبة أخرى دخلت فيها مجال الإيسبورتس. وبالنسبة لي عالم الإيسبورتس في فري فاير هو عالم جد يعني خرافي وحلو ولعبة عالمها الإيسبورت جيد يعني. الصراحة عائلتي كانوا متصالحين معايا اني نكون نلعب فري فاير ونكون في مجال الإيسبورتس، لكن في نفس الوقت كان لازم نوفق بين الدراسة ونوفق بين حياتي الريال يعني. الصراحة ملي بديت نلعب فري فاير حتى الآن صارت كثير تغييرات في فري فاير من ناحية البطولات، من ناحية الرانكد، من ناحية الجيم يعني في الباتل رويال، كل شيء من ناحية الأسئلة، من ناحية الأسلحة، من ناحية اللعب. فري فاير تطورت كثير على قبل وراها في تطور ملحوظ. الصراحة وجودي هنا مع فريقي وكممثل للسيرفر مينا نشعر بالفخر، وبإذن الله في هذا كأس عالم نفكروا أن نجيبوا من المراكز الأولى باش نشرفوا سيرفر مينا ونشرفوا العرب، باش نخلوا سيرفر مينا يعني فخور بنا. صراحة نفكروا باش نضمنوا التأهل للنهائي ونضمنوا المراكز الأولى من ضمن الفرق القوية. الصراحة بالنسبة لي فريقي يعني الميزة اللي عنده هي الريفنج، هي العودة في آخر الرومات، واللي نشوفها يعني ميزة قوية جدا وتفيد في النهائيات، خاطر تقدر في روم أو رومين ترجع على الفرق الآخرين وتاخذ مركز حلو. الصراحة بالنسبة لي الفرق التايلاندية والفرق البرازيلية يعني هما اللي راح تكون لهم نسبة كبيرة أنهم يجيبوا المراكز الأولى، خاطر معروفين هما السيرفرين الأقوى يعني في اللعبة تاع فري فاير، لكن يعني يقدر يكون في آخر البطولة يعني مفاجآت وفرق أخرى تتحصل على المراكز الأولى. It's not the first time meeting another pro players. I played in 3 other World Cups before. الصراحة فريقي نقدروا نلعبوا aggressive، نقدروا نلعبوا يعني camping، نقدروا نلعبوا survive، يعني على حسب تمشي البطولة أو الفرق الموجودين معنا في الروم. الصراحة كل فريق يعني يكونوا دائما متواجدين على MVP تاع الليدر بورد، يعني ما فماش واحد معين إنه دائما يكون هو MVP، لأنه لاعبين يعني جيدين ومحترفين، وهذا هو. على جال فريقنا يعني دائما في النهائية تاع أي بطولة دائما فريقنا يرجع في آخر الجيمات، يرجع في آخر الرومات، ودائما يكون عندنا ريفانش. حسب رأيي الفرق الموجودين معنا كلهم قويين، ما نقدرش نعطي رانك للفرق ونقول شكون باش يربح البطولة ولا شكون باش يجيب المركز الثاني، لكن اللي نتوقعه انه الفرق الأولى راح تكون يعني المراكز الأولى راح تكون من نصيب تايلاند والبرازيل، وبإذن الله راح نكون فريقنا من سيرفر مينا في المراكز الأولى معه.
Wow, what a statement there by Team Al-Qadsiya.
Yeah.
3 World Cups he's played in. That gives him a lot, I think, experience advantage over the rest of the teams. But for now, putting that aside, RRQ, 2 back-to-back booyahs is something to talk about. And I think that, you know, coming into today, we had 2 different MVPs for each of the games, which show that individually, individual brilliance does really come into the team as well. And I think it's also really important. I mean, we highlighted Loud in game number 1, and I really want to highlight more of RRQ in this particular one. Because RRQ, this one, I mean, we talked about how they had this amazing mid-round calls. They have a protocol on from what circle to what circle are they going to go for a less aggressive stance, more aggressive when to really go aggressive, when to just really pause. They put pressure onto Loud, who had a priority on that circle, an advantage of the circle, kind of like saying, okay, we see Hotshot shooting toward them, let's do the same, letting them fight because they don't have the circle advantage, and finally just overwhelming them. This is honestly 4D chess for them, let's be real here.
And also, when they got the back-to-back booyah, they are leading the overall ranking right now. We are seeing that Loud behind 13 points towards RRQ. And to me, for RRQ, is doing very well right now.
Yeah.
And for both of the game, what they have done is that they wait for the right moment for the other to fight first.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about day number 1 situations, it's really hard to put a finger on saying this is the gauge of power rankings we're going to be seeing for the rest of the tournament. I think you and I both know on day number 1, we always see these back-to-back booyahs happen, these teams that does so very well, and then sadly toward the end, they go very, very silent. Which is why I really want to say that, okay, great, coming to this game, you have to go, you know, hit the ground running, but how much of your cards are you going to show to your opponent? Do you already have a different playbook? Because teams are going to be adjusting as the day ends.
Yeah, but to me, I think that's where they need to understand as well. But they are fighting for 6 match tonight.
Exactly.
And there will be another 6 match maybe on the day 2 or day 3.
Right? So it's just 2 days only they have.
Only 2 days.
Yeah.
So they need to go all out, whereby then they will be moving towards the point rush.
Point Rush is interesting, honestly, if you think about it. It's for you guys at home who didn't catch the pre-show, Point Rush is a situation where you have 1 day where all these points that you collected, all the points you collect on that day doesn't really matter toward the current standings, but where you place on Point Rush gives you those extra points as you go into the grand final. So if you get first place, it gives you a lot of points rushing forward. It gives you a lot of wiggle room. It gives you a little bit of a relief in case you fumble 1 or 2 maps. So that's very, very important when you think about it.
Yes, and now we are moving towards the 3rd game, Dash. We are seeing Kalahari will be playing for the 3rd match. And for right now, personally, I think that Fluxo and Lau, they will try to do their best, because both of the times we are seeing Buriram, RRQ are the one that are gatekeeping them for getting in towards the zone and towards the booyah as well.
Yeah, the rotations have been meeting quite a lot if you think about it. I do agree with you on top of that. And I think that, you know, in the previous round, Brazil showed dominance over Buriram United. And this time around, Buriram United seems to have protocols in place. They seem to really learn from their mistakes, which is something that's really important to talk about. Now, coming into this one, I am really excited. Again, I think Fluxo did pretty okay in map number 2. They really tried to catch up. They got a decent amount of points, but definitely not enough to really catch up to the end.
Yes, and
Free Fire and the Esports
with that,
World Cup. And what a day we've had, kicking off 2 incredible games full of action, I'm sorry.
Yes, very two amazing game, and all of the MVPs are given to Abe High and Dudes from RRQ. They both having their first booyah in the two games. Such amazing. But for other C teams like Buriram or PE Sports, they all having a very good start. And we cannot say too loud from Brazil. They're amazing, and so are the rest of the team as well. How do you think right now?
Honestly, I am very excited to see what goes on in our next games. Remember, we have 4 in total left for today, but our 2 coming up are ready to go. So let's give it over to our casters and continue with some more Free Fire action.
All right, there we go. I mean, we had so speaking of the stage host just now, Yun Sul was mentioning how, obviously coming from Vietnam, she is a big supporter. She's been very frustrated having not been able to see her home teams come up. What do you think of the Vietnamese team so far?
For me, for PE Sport, they are doing quite well. They are trying to get that early points during the fights, but unfortunately...
Was it intentional fights, you think, or just unluckily meeting the team?
I think it's unintentional when they are doing the rotation as well.
Right. I think they have really good recovery when you think about PE Sports. I mean, you saw that they can, despite the disadvantages they had on map 1, right? The low ground, not being able to get the best positionings. They just relied on just instinct, on just skill in general. And they were able to just pick off teams and players here and there, which I think is really good. They had protocols on how exactly they want to approach it. But coming into Kalahari, matching the heat, what we've seen outside here in the Riyadh Boulevard of EWC, I'm very excited because it just feels like we're here at the EWC in the game itself.
And now with the game is starting for the game 3, the flight paths are coming towards Council Hall, towards Mammoth, and with that, most of the teams are already dropping from the airplane towards their drop zone. We have confinement taken by Hotshot. PE Sports coming from Vietnam goes towards confinement hall, but they are 2 squads will be fighting each other in shrines, which is Evo's Divine and Rita.
Quite aggressive already. Hit the ground running, literally at this situation. Abax rushing onto the left side, making sure that no prowlers are hanging around here. You can see first blood already knocked down already. Quick for that. Evo's losing members 1 by 1. Reta taking advantage of this. Haven't found the last person quite yet. Aim God is back for now for EVOS, so he runs away. Quickly going to the vending machine to go for the pickups. Able to do so, no worries, but it does unfortunately give 3 points to Reta.
Yes, the leading points for the first minute, but we are seeing LBT is taking one of the players as well on the kill feed.
Yeah, these early fights are great, honestly. Don't get me wrong, I love them because of the, I think the change in meta definitely contributed to this. Now, PE Sports, we saw them moving toward Council Hall, but look at where, one of the players are toward Bayfront. He's all alone here, and I think it's a good thing because if he goes down, Council Hall has a place to revive if they want to. And speaking of that, you can see a lot of revivals happening quite yet. But for Areta, I don't think they're going to be changing their momentum or their speed quite yet. They're very aggressive. Goes for that. Lopez on the outer side finds one. Aim God goes down. Double kill for him, in fact. In this situation, it looks so good for them. They take these fights, they go aggressive, and they don't allow them to revive as quick as they can. And now for EVOS, they find themselves back on square one.
Yes, for Rita, they are already getting that elimination point. And with, but right now, what we are seeing, the early fights, how they immediately taken out for EVOS Divine, for EVOS Esports. Because for them, they are controlling where they'll be going because for Rita players, they know where to position themselves. But right now what we are seeing for Fluxo, they'll be met with Wasana coming from Buriram.
Wasana has been such a heavy hitter for Buriram United. Multi-fragger, very aggressive. Now in this situation, we saw Hotshot coming in toward them. And I think coming into this particular fight for Do Not Cry being at the bottom, they've just been trying, this PE Sports, I mean, we talked about how they're always taking these early fights, and it's never been intentional. It's just been a situation where their rotations and drop spots are just side by side. Hasu gets knocked down. And this situation for Hotshot, you can see one player already skedaddling out of there trying to go for that revive, and it's frustrating. You want to be able to make sure you can survive for as long as you can, and PE Esports is the team to survive here, and Yunsul must be screaming at the top of her lungs right now.
Of course, with a PE Sport having that fire around their logo, meaning that they are leading the elimination points within these minutes right here. But for Hotshot, the most important thing for Headstart, they need to revive their own teammate again. If not, then the chances are they'll be the first one to be eliminated within 3 minutes in game. With 45 players remaining, we are seeing RRQ going to fight with 19 Esports.
19 Esports going up against the back-to-back Booyah players in the previous games might be very daunting. Karlak's gonna find Carmel from AG. For now, little do you know, RRQ is close by, hasn't moved a muscle quite yet. We talked about protocols for RRQ. They want to avoid these early fights. They keep quiet. They don't initiate if they can. But looking in these situations where they're all looted up, they have the high ground position, they're looking really good. If, say, 19 Esports move toward them in a situation that allows them to completely just kind of collapse onto them in a advantageous situation, I am sure they would take advantage of that. Now, Karlak already with a triple kill. One of the hottest players, I think. We've seen him really just pop off in the last 2 matches. A scary player to watch out for.
Yeah, but right now what I'm seeing here for 19 Esports, together with RRQ, they are trying to position themselves. RRQ, they try to avoid that early match fights, but for 19, they also wanted that points. Because for 19, they are currently with 0 eliminations. And AG as well gonna join the party there with RRQ in the middle. Can RRQ survive this game?
They have protocols, they have to be careful. One player needs to get out of there alive, at least. No initiations quite yet. Dutz does go down. The nade completely obliterates him while at the bottom side. Gonna be have to be careful. A 3-way drop down from this team is massive, but look at that. Abai High coming out with 1 pick for his own. 1 knock, 1 knocked out to the lobby itself. They're in trouble. Low ground here for 19 Esports. Not able to hold on to the area, and they're in trouble. They get down by one, go out. And 19 Esports, 12th place. They cannot take the fight against RRQ, and there is a reason why this team are passive, but if you poke them hard enough, they will bite back.
And for RRQ, they have been sniped by Dew. With that M82B, we are seeing how Dew being sneaky, trying to take one of the players coming from RRQ, whereby they are trying to get back towards the compound to revive their own teammate here.
Different situation here for Fluxo. Finds themselves toe-to-toe again with Buriram United, but this time Fluxo doesn't seem that they want to take this fight quite yet. Moving out of the way, giving a bit of space, but potentially giving themselves the right positioning to be able to just collapse onto them or answer back. Puts in, running for his life, his back open toward Moshi, and he completely knocks him down. Nearly goes down. Yes, he does, actually. So quick on that. Moshi shows himself as one of the most adept snipers that we can expect in this tournament, and it's looking very spicy already.
And what we are seeing just now, Moshi with that sniper, get that headshot. What an amazing shot indeed done by Moshi coming from Buriram. But what we are seeing here for the zone is going towards Refinery. But the others we are seeing on Santa Catarina, there's Netshoe Miners. What we are seeing Hotshot, they already revived their own teammates, 4 of them in Stone Ridge. But for Mammoth, Buriram still going towards Fluxo.
Circle is just hard shifting toward the left side there. For Loud, who dropped in the Refinery, still very happy. But speaking of that, Gio all alone. Wasana is all alone, separated from his teammates, but there is a lot of pressure coming onto Jonah. On top of the Bones all alone, he's in trouble. Wasana is here, rushing up forward. He wants to take the fight, and he does. Moshi on the farther end finds Gio. He quickly recovers a band-aid situation for his teammate. Can they actually just quickly follow this up? Regardless for Fluxo, not a lot of space to work with. All they have is this terrain, as well as some glue walls. If they don't position themselves properly, they're gonna get knocked down to a lower ground. Moshi is ready and happy to take this fight against Bunsin. He's all alone. MT7 on the high ground. Answers back. Wasana is here just to isolate these fights. This allows his teammate to be knocked down from 2 different areas. Quick jump shot. The grapple is here. He knocks one down. He's taking the fight. Pops is his next victim, and he wants to go aggressive. Cut High is here. Jumps up forward. High ground. And completely obliterates him. Shoots him in the face, and Pops is going down.
And with that, 2 elimination points goes towards Buriram. They are trying to get Bunsin. And with that sniper, Moshi got that close counter without scoping. What a good shot coming. And now Fluxo, we have Gio has been revived. Need to get away as far as possible to revive his own teammate.
Very, very risky play, all alone. Loving this fight coming here from Loud. Look at how they've been playing this. Now, Refinery was Loud's area. They held that to a T. Didn't realize that Onyx is here. Yago had separated himself from his teammates. So what he has been doing is just doing the long-range fights from the bottom side, putting in the damage, and they're just playing one by one on the one side. Kawan 7 knocked down there for Loud. But the thing is, for the other team here, they're doing very, very well in terms of avoiding the other members of Loud and disallowing them from going very, very aggressive. Onyx tries his best to put in the damage, not able to do that, nades down. And right now for Onyx, this is looking really good for them because they haven't had quite a good fight or a good match in the beginning, especially on map 1, map 2 hasn't been the best for them. And I think in this situation, getting 2 points but losing a lot of their teammates, I think both teams were suffering a lot of losses in this particular round.
Oh, but unfortunately for Loud, only Yago is still remain within this fight. Can they still maintain their position? We have Jag has been taken out.
Look at how fast that revival.
Yeah, it's quite fast. With that pocket shop, of course, they immediately can revive their own teammate. But for Kiba, right now, still finding ways on how to take out 2 of the players.
Not just taking out. The question is whether or not he can make it out alive to go for the revive as well. Is very, very important. He's solo. He does have heals. He can go for the reset. And that's exactly what he's doing. Now, for the other members of Loud, it's all about just waiting. Yago here all alone. And he knows how to play with a long-range weapon. And he does! Yago! Quick on that trigger. One of the best snipers in Brazil, showing what he can bring here to EWC.
Unfortunate for Onyx Olympus, has been taken out to 11th place on the 9th minute. But for Fluxo, Gio is still trying to revive his own teammate. He's only got 300 coins, but can he made it? Right now, he's moving towards
a tough circle.
The revival.
Yeah, it's a very tough circle when you think about it. Hard shift to the left, everyone forced to move toward the western side over and over. So I expect a lot of fights to be happening toward the western side. And the first one is going to be from Miners. You're going to be expecting it from RRQ, who's just holding down the line. And RRQ, the fact of the matter is when you want to hold down the middle of the area of the circle, one thing they have to remember is that you have to be really, really good at making sure you can defend your compound or your area. And because Kalahari is such a big, open, wide area, these snipers are something that they have to be very wary about.
Yes, of course, the sniper playing a big role here. And right now, these are the replays. What I love about it is Yago is taken out the 2 of the players, but unfortunately, Yago as well taken out the whole team, whereby Kiba tried to run away just now.
Yeah, one thing that's great about Yago is that he's understanding that he has a role to be able to get these pickoffs. His teammates are there to give him the support, give him the space, give him the pressure. And if his teammates are able to do that, it gives him so much value in terms of playing on his own. That's why he can position himself so far away from the team. Now, Circle is currently not in their favor, so Loud has to leave the refinery area eventually. It's going to be dropping down. And the prime spots right now has been taken by RRQ, as well as the maze has been taken out by Hotshot, I believe, over there. So in this situation, it's all about being able to survive as long as you can, holding down the area.
And with that also, we are seeing that most of the team already taken out a compound. Only left whereby Fluxo is taken one of the players only. But right now for Carls, trying to have that sneaky shot toward AG, but for RRQ, they've been fighting their Evo's team. Ray only left with a few HP. Aim God healing himself. Headshot. Oh, unfortunately for Hotshot, being taken out on the 10th place. Done by Loud.
Still holding on the line. RRQ this time finds himself toe-to-toe with PE Esports. PE Esports wants to go to that collapse. It's a 2-2 formation for RRQ, and this is massive. If Razor and Abeihai are able to put in the pressure and survive for as long as they can, RRQ will be able to recover and also taking these long-range fights. They are displaced now because of that nade, has to move out of the way. Dio finds Stu on the other side, but not because of this fight though. Don't Cry waiting quietly on the corner. He wants to play the CQC very well. Gets spotted out, moves out of the way, and this situation throws out the nade, moves them out of the way, and PE Esports find themselves in trouble, and this is not looking good. Duets finds 1, finds 2, in fact. Wang An taken down, and Aim God as well. In fact, another team, and RRQ are able to take 2 teams at the same time. Then this is terrifying if you think about it.
Yeah, terrifying doing by RRQ, and right now for PE Sports, one of the players has been taken out. They are trying to get another one by using that portal. But unfortunately, Bai is coming, trying to assist, but immediately they went in towards that portal go, getting that gap towards RRQ with a 7 elimination. We are on the 13th minutes, 8 squads remaining, 26 players are fighting for the zone.
Look at this reposition from RRQ, dodging every single utility thrown out from the players of this Brazilian squad. Nothing is hitting him. They are very, very patient. They go for the revive on Dudes as well. So this is a massive thing. Shots coming through from up by high, putting in the pressure for his teammates to go for that reposition. Hasn't moved quite yet, and they are still very, very much alive. Mal is back here. They know Geo is close. He does, finds one, throws in the nade. Blue wall saves his life for temporarily for time being. Inhaler used at the same time expended. Now it's all about getting that jump shot, the right timing. Nothing shown quite yet. And we are here in a Mexican stalemate, not for long, when you immediately break it with Skylar's ability, and Geo, can't do more than that. Double kill for Mal.
Oh, unfortunately for them. Right now for RRQ with 8 elimination. Fluxo been taken out on the 8th place. And for that we have AG as being rushed by Netshoe Miners. They are going in. We have General leading the pack by going in towards the AG. We have Dew right beside him. Evos has been taken on the 7th place.
Talk about consistent aggression. NMG going wild here onto AG. Can't do more than that. Dew, unfortunately, has taken down Proc 7 with a triple kill. And he is out for more blood. AG finds himself in trouble bit by bit, but Caramel is in the backside. Still healthy, can put in the damage. No one has noticed him quite yet. Saifa is also there. General separated from his teammates. Nando 9 is there, can't do much. He wants to be able to come up on top. Can't do that. Saifa with a triple kill in the bag itself. And they are still going aggressive. NMG with Proc 7 all alone. Still putting in the damage. Gets one knock. Can he do more than that is the question. He's surviving. Great positioning. Great movement. In fact, and AG does go down. What a play from this man!
And up by high, immediately take him out. 2 of the squads, and Netshoe Miners only left 1. PE Sport is on the 5th place, been taken out by them. With 4 teams remaining, we have Raound, the only players remaining for Netshoe Miners with 6 elimination points. He need to go in. He cannot stay here. If not, then the chances are he'll be taken out by the zone. We are on the 5th zone, which is a very, very deadly for them.
RQ with only 1 left. Loud and Buram United are only 2 teams of 4, very, very healthy. Drax 7 has to go for the reposition. Loud looking good. This is possibly going to be their map. Yago knocked down. It's a lot of damage has to be picked up here. But Buram United is the one inside of the circle. Has to go for a pickup to get high. And Loud, they put in more and more pressure. And this is where I talk about how RQ is able to press the brakes and just keep quiet.
Oh, but for Buriram, they are getting that gap. They are leaving Abai high in between.
They know.
As well, but unfortunately for them, that blue Ether is hitting towards him. Can Abai still maintain? He is the last man, but for AG, been dropped to the 4th place.
Oh, look at how he played that terrain. That's actually so genius. He's very, very adept at playing with these tiny little micro angles. Wasana and the other members of Buram United, they see the high ground advantage and they know they have circle advantage too. Putting in a lot of pressure and understanding that they're not going to allow them any space into the circle itself. Loud answer back. They go forward. They are aggressive. Lost 21. Knocked down. Lobbied already. Monster Chart comes through, but do you need it to go for the kill off is the question. Not quite yet. Jonah is on the other end. Killing spree from Moshi. Buram United with only 1 person left, and who gets the booyah? It's going to be Buram United.
Oh, what a fight! What a comeback coming from Buriram. They were fighting with Loud, but immediately giving the pressure by breaking the glue wall 1 by 1. And immediately, unfortunate for RRQ as well, although the last man standing just up above them was taken out immediately by Buriram.
You gotta really give it to Buram United, understanding where to go aggressive. I was a bit concerned for them because RRQ was doing the same sly strat as they were doing the last one. Playing very quiet, waiting for the right time. But Buram United knew that they were there, marked them already, in fact, and completely moved them out of the way. They were forced out into the open. And the fact of the matter is, they had all the advantages in their favor. They had the circle, they had the high ground, and Loud had no choice but to rush forward, which ultimately led to their end.
For Buriram, they were amazing for this match, and for RRQ, unfortunate for them. But that will be a place for our analysts. We will be taking a break and going to match number 4 later on.
triple.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الهيدسوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. My name is the 7WG, and we're actually here at the Club Champion Tournament. As you can see, we have already crowned 2 champions for previous games, but we're waiting to see who's going to be the champion for Free Fire Esports World Cup 2024. The cool thing about this is that for the key, there's an outer shell that they get to put up there, and for the inner key, they're able to put inside the trophy, and the winning team gets to go home. So let us know in the comments below, who do you think is going to become the champion for Free Fire? I can't wait to see which name we're going to be putting up there. Back to you guys.
Speaking of champions, we could be seeing a returning champion, right? Buriram fans unite as they take the 3rd booyah of the day. I think a lot of the Thai fans, they were waiting with bated breath, waiting to see, is Buriram back? And game number 3, that seems to be the match for them, and they look great. Very clean entry into that late game, very smooth. But gentlemen, break it down for me. What really was the winning formula for Buriram in the late game for Kalahari?
I think it's more of how they started it off for map number 2. Because earlier we saw how they positioned themselves pretty similar to what we've seen for RRQ. And then this is just them testing the waters, trying to find out if aggressiveness really works for them. And then towards this map, that is where they slowed it down, find out their groove, and then just start being the Buriram United that we all know.
Definitely, and you seem to be dressed the part. You have the colors of Buriram United. Obviously, it's one of your favorites that you're going into this one, but they played really well, right? It was one of those moments where I think Moshi really stepped up. He is an absolute beast with his sniper. He was getting so many kills from afar. And I mean, the team is really starting to gel together, and that's the team that we know and we fear, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly. And I saw a glimpse of Wazana earlier. It seems like communication is constantly coming from him. So we can feel that there's so much energy coming from them. They've studied what will be going in from the first few maps, and then this is where they really put into play what they talk about.
Exactly. So here are the match rankings for that match. And as you can see, Buriram United sitting pretty in 1st place, sitting on so many points. That's going to push them way up on that leaderboard, right? Got to grab as many of those points. I mean, I think a lot of people expect them to be top 12, but how high can you go in that top 12 round? We do have Loud in 2nd place, followed by RRQ. So unfortunately for this team, No 3 back-to-back booyahs, but I mean, you know, two's pretty good to start off with. Speaking of RRQ, we did have a pretty interesting discussion off broadcast when we were watching that match, right? And I feel like we're starting to see that winning formula for RRQ, right? So, Paula, can you sort of break it down for our viewers? Like, what is it that makes RRQ so successful so far?
Well, to be honest, I don't mean to undersell the skill that they have, but they've been kind of lucky. Some of the circles have been fortuitous for them. They've been in the right spot at the right time when they need to. They've been taking good fights, right? So the target selection has been on point. I think RRQ have been well coached, and then you're seeing the discipline in their games so far.
Yeah, there's also a point there I would go with you on that, wherein they were almost being taken down. Then Netshoes Miners just happened to step in, clear out the area, and then flank around RRQ. But apart from being lucky, they already planned their approach for every phase of the circle. It seems like they're going in for, I would say, if this is a standard tactics, especially for coaches, for analysts of a team, wherein you put a box into one phase, and then once it goes into the next one, you only have to move a few meters just to stay in the middle of the next phase of the circle.
Yeah, so it seems like, I guess, is it like a macro play? They are anticipating more of that late game. They're not trying to feast in the early game. They're sort of preparing themselves and putting themselves in the best possible position for that last couple of fights. Is that what's happened here?
Definitely. And I think we're seeing some of that. I think some of the teams that are more aggressive have been punished heavily early, right? Let's
But
talk
you know
a
who
little bit.
wasn't punished?
Who was that?
Loud, okay? We are seeing them on the screen right now. This team was so aggressive.
It's so aggressive. It's all, of course, on the back of Yago. I think he had 8 kills by the end of it. They had 14 in that match alone, so they got massive points. This is a huge win for them. This is, again, the second game in a row where they got second place. Very important for Loud to continue to be scoring very highly.
Yeah, definitely. And also for Loud, I mean, they managed to put in a lot of pressure for RRQ in this part of the circle. But going back to how positioning wise is how position is so smart for Bermuda United, even when the battle started off from the start of the match, we can see how well they can play it out. Not only Moshi is on the highlight of this game, but also Wasana, our MVP.
When is Wasana not an MVP for this team? I've seen this man so many times in whatever tournament it is. If it's Buram that wins, Wasana is there. And I guess, you know, speaking of Wasana, since we have him here, what makes him such an integral part of Buram, right? Because we know the entire roster is extremely talented, but Wasana seems to bring that special something to the team that really makes them Buram. Like, what is it actually that makes them so special?
I think it's, again, just going to be to target selection. I think he plays things very, very smart. He understands when he needs to be taking the fight. It's like you take the risk when you know that you can win, or you have the advantage on your side, like the high ground.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of the communication as well as being relayed, especially everything is coming from Wasana. But speaking of relaying, I think this is what everyone is waiting for to see in this games. RQ Kazu is on the lead right now. 2 back-to-back booyahs and still top 3 on the third match makes them with 66 points, but not too far from Loud, who's running in there for second.
And then we have Buram in third place, so essentially our top 3 contenders of Kalahari, they're occupying top 3. So we are starting to see a bit of a semblance for our top dogs for groups A and B. And I think at this point, you can also kind of see who's struggling in this group, right? We're seeing a couple teams that really shouldn't be down here. Paula, I guess both of you gentlemen, looking at the standings right now, is there anyone that you feel is too far down, that doesn't need to be down here?
No, I'm going to go there. You're going to hate me for calling you out on this, Danny.
I am expecting
number
this.
10?
Yes.
Okay, you were calling them as their champion. They have fumbled the ball thus far. They have not woken up. This is a huge issue for them. Mind you, this is, of course, just one day. They have 2 days of the groups, meaning that they have, 9 more games left? Now is the time. Fluxo, they need to really have a good game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, halfway through this day, if that is still how they're going to play it out, that would be a bad day for them. So they need to turn things around. But what worries me right now is what's happening internally with the team. Because they failed 2 maps early earlier before this happened. And it seems like there might be some
technically, isn't it 3
battle.
maps, right? They're halfway through the day today.
So internal battle might be happening, might cause more of that to happen for the next 3 maps.
Well, we're going to have to see if our teams at the bottom of the bracket can bounce back, because we are basically halfway through the day here, folks. Map number 4 is ready to go, though. Going to pass it over to our casters, the wonderful Tash Bunny and Ovi. Take it away for game number 4.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tash Bunny, and he's Ovi. We are just kidding. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Husky, Indonesia, with a fantastic start. Back-to-back Booyah, and of course, everybody expects Buriram to step up, but the silent assassins, the Brazilians, Loud, have not been making a lot of noise getting those booyahs, but the eliminations, they're topping the leaderboard right now.
Absolutely. I mean, the panelists had so many points set up, right? Like Holler talking about Fluxo being at the bottom, current world champions, not really showing the medal just yet, but I dare say they still have 3 more rounds today. What makes a champion is how you recover from a bad start, and I really want to see Fluxo step up their game, because let me tell you, RQ Kazu placing first right now, that's not on my bingo list, at least not for the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, they're not a bad team, right? They're a great team. They placed, what, number 3 on the world stage last year. They were 4th when it comes to the SPS, at the recent Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia. But the biggest problem here with this team is it swings like a pendulum. This is the forward momentum that they've got building up right now. They just need to make sure they're really playing it safe when they hit that backward momentum. They're picking up these solid points. They should be trying to protect it, getting very aggressive. We've seen the Indonesians do that one too many times already. I want to see them go back to their previous meta. Stay quiet up to the midsection of the game and then go a little wild in that final circle.
That could be influenced by who is kind of in the starting lineup, right? Because when we see them play a slower and more methodical playstyle, usually Legolas is there, right? One of the uncrowned kings of Indonesia. But right now, the starting 4, Legolas is not in that roster. And perhaps that's the dynamic that RQ Kazu needs to bring in this current meta. Teams are starting to understand that when you adjust to a more expensive gold portal, when Tatsuya isn't really the must-have character anymore, you need to be able to kind of find the sweet spot. And right now, RQ Kazu understanding, if I have a good support system that has Skylar, I can be aggressive. And so far, it has been working out.
Mean flight path this time around. We are taking the flight straight from Garrison all the way down to Fusion, which means the right-hand side of the map is going to be closed off to quite a number of these teams. If anybody's going to be aiming for Vantage, Rai, or Stadium, there's quite a bit of traveling to do as the teams hop on in. It seems like no hot drops just yet.
Absolutely. And I think that is something that these teams, especially Fluxo, is going to be very happy about, right? You want to slow the game down as much as possible, get their resources, play that mid to late game rotation, because early game has been absolutely horrendous for Fluxo. And of course, for a team as decorated as them, you want to be able to readjust, get some space for yourself. But for Lau, they want to continue the tempo, and it's on to PE Sports.
Kawan's in a great position to get that information for the rest of his squad, but with that MP5, you're not going to get the range that you require to control the momentum of PE Sports. Now, PE Sports playing this really smart, moving on into the building, getting their loot first before engaging with Loud. Now, this is an advantage to the Vietnamese squad.
Yeah, I think for PE Sports, you just stay silent. Wait for Loud to come to you. They have the high ground, but you do not need to show yourself. Loud eventually will have to make the first move, and PE Sports are just looking to cover as much ground as possible. And these initial picks right now are so valuable. We saw what happened to Fluxo in round 1. They lose one member, the entire round goes down in flames. And with so much ground to cover, you can see that Loud, they're starting to split up their forces, whereas for PE Sports, they just hunker down in the building.
Bottle go used up so early in this matchup. Is that going to be a waste? We will have to wait and see. For the time being, it is a game of patiently wait to see exactly who's going to be victim number 1. Loud's playing the exact same strategy, waiting for PE Sports to come out of their hiding spots. And it seems like Lost 21 is going to be knocking on a couple of doors from that second floor.
We'll see if PE Sports is going to take the fate or not. But on the other side, you are going to have AG going up against Fluxo. And again, this is something that we've seen from the start of the group stage, where Fluxo, they are just not having a good time against AG. And that reality sticks like a glue, because Futsin, he is all alone and does not even stand a chance. Revolver is nothing in the face of Dew. That's 3 down, and Fluxo on the last legs.
MT7, the final player quick on his feet. He brings Bobs and Gio right back into the equation. Early game, they're not going to suffer all that too much. But what is going to be really important is where do those two Revive players hop on into? Do they get caught? Do they get taken out of the equation before they get their loot? In the meantime, RRQ dropping by. Abe High hitting those high notes. Kawan and Drax both taken down, leaving Lost 21 and his partner Yago.
A quick retreat towards the northeastern side of Railroad, and not the best spot to be in though. There's not really much there except for ocean view and some sand to work with. So Loud, they're going to slow down their game, at least forced to slow down. Netshoes Miners on the other hand, and MG find themselves, staring across the aisle. You have Hotshot on the other side, and so far, you can see Hotshot still struggling. But when you take a look at this replay, this shot from stop is just lethal.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, all game is with one of the most deadly snipers on their squad due. And it seems like they have not stopped pursuing the players of Fluxo just yet. We'll hop on into that engagement in a little bit. We want to take a look at what Netshoes Miners are doing as well as they circle on around, avoiding a couple of gunfights. RRQ now replacing Loud, taking on PE Sports.
PE Sports is also one of the few teams that coming into this from FFWS Spring.
Yeah.
It's one of the decorated teams, right? They defy expectations. They only Vietnamese representation. But so far, haven't been finding their groove just yet. RRQ stepping up the tempo a little bit. Nero needs time to heal back up. And LBT will be there to assist him. Don't Cry also putting up a fortress, but RRQ Kazu slowly just pincering them from multiple angles.
Oh, great shots from Razor, and those suppressive fire. It's just going to ensure that RRQ keeps Wang An pinned down to a tight little corner. Ma'al can pull in the flank from the back, but in the meantime, Wang An does find a very high. No elimination just yet, though. He can still be picked right back up. Ma'al taking those shots, brings up one good glue wall, backs away as Razor takes the drop onto a player from the side of PE Sports.
Very, very unfortunate for PE Sports, losing that initial fight despite getting the pick. At the end of the day, the revive does come through, but that means that PE Sports might have to give up ground. And RQ Kazu continues to make sure that they are able to push PE Sports out of this LBT, force onto the second floor. They're even shooting at the members of PE Sports who are being revived right now. Hong Ang doesn't even get the chance to touch the ground. Crippled. An LBT to follow. This is on his last health bar. Razor going for the rush. LBT gets pumped right in the cranium. And that would be one down for PE Sports, and RQ Kazu taking ground.
Now, all three players on the side of PE Sports hunkered down together here. Now, that's not going to be the smartest of idea because you know exactly what RRQ is known for. Those grenade plays. A couple of those grenades can put a quick end to the whole of PE Sports. They try to back away, but RRQ, it looks like they want to go in for the hunt. Nero out in the open, and he can't do much here with the portal go. Gets shot down by Ma'al and his Bison before he could get away.
2,000 coins burned into the wind just like that. And the ashes of PE Sports also scattered. Don't Cry. And also, one of his teammates on the other end. Not really much left in the tank. RRQ Kazu just looking to clean up the pieces, clean up the scraps, and pick up 7 points at the start.
RRQ off to a fantastic start once again on the high notes. Very aggressive early game. I'm very nervous for them. Like I said, I have seen this version of RRQ before. It usually does not end well. Now, we've heard the narrative from the analyst desk as well as to Fluxo really suffering, but let's put a pause on that for a moment. Chris getting caught out here as Loud finds yet another victim to tease.
We talked about this being a slower start for Loud because of the rotation towards the northeastern side of Railroad, but if Prey shows up, Loud is going to take it. Drax, one of the most aggressive, one of the most reliable rushers in the Brazilian scene, now has a lot of problems to face. Not just from Vidalao, this is also from the rest of BRU who just arrived at this area. Snowfall doesn't look too friendly. Drax goes down.
Riyadh Esports getting a breath of fresh air here as Buriram dropped by to torture the players off Loud, but will they be able to get away from Buriram? Vidalao caught out. Wasana catches one as well. Lopez XL, the final player alive with 100 coins on him. Pocket market in hand, but he can't buy nothing. Off he goes on his feet. Wasana on pursuit as well. Perhaps this is the end for Riyadh Esports as Wasana shows up. There's no way he gets away, and Riyadh out in 11.
BRU cleans up shop for 4 easy eliminations, 4 points in the bag, and putting them within an arm's reach of that first spot on the leaderboard. But on the other hand, you have Onyx Olympus showing up to the front doors of 19 Esports. It's a two-pronged attack. 19 Esports, they're going to choose to go north side. But the goal portal has been spotted. Onyx Olympus being able to make that rotation just in time.
The suit can be that for players on the side of 19. As Ray finds Anas, hot shot, getting into a little bit of a heated battle off screen as well. Elite not going to be so lucky as Gary and Gardu both catch up with them.
It's going to be a slow one. The fact that Onyx Olympus were able to make it out of that area means that they have no intention to contest for now, at least not directly with 19 Esports. They're willing to give up Militia because the circle still has a lot of space to work with. In fact, they are in the circle, but Onyx Olympus might change their mind if 19 Esports continues to stay in that area. Garu takes a couple of shots into his body, decides to back up, but 19 Esports, they want to go on the chase. Garu surrounded by his own glue wall, and Jota ends up losing support from Zyru to get the elimination, and Kiba, support from the high ground, is going to support Onyx Olympus in this endeavor. 1-for-1 trade so far, but unfortunately no finishers for the side of 19 Esports just yet. They want to get some, but they don't get any. Zyru again coming in clutch, and Gary with the one tap to bring Onyx Olympus to 7.
Zyru just saving the day, gets 3 points for the squad alongside Gary as well. They just whoop 19 Esports into shape, but it's not all over just yet. Elite did manage to get revived just moments ago, and he's now up on his feet. There's no way he gets to get out of this one, because even if you get away from Onyx Olympus, off screen, Fluxo awaits.
You see the trail of the goal portal, so this is an easy way to track down 19 Esports. Gardu puts the final nail in the coffin. 8 points for Onyx Olympus. And 19 Esports, they just picked the wrong fight.
I mean, sometimes you just make mistakes like that. You can't walk away from it. Once you're in too deep, you have to commit. And a couple of mistakes, man. Nobody expected that Trogon to fail them in that way.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you have all these knockdowns, right? You really got to feel for 19 Esports. Jota 10 got the initial knock, but just no finisher. And sometimes these little margins is what decides the victors. Neshu Miners, though, on the other hand, coming up strong so far, at least in this round. 6 eliminations coming in from the west side, completely controlling that area. But they got to move towards Militia, and that's where RQ Kazu and Onyx Olympus are at.
This is the recovery game for Netshu Miners. Great number of eliminations in hand already in this game, number 4, as they approach the next circle. RRQ, on the other hand, still holding on to those 7 points, but pretty comfortable in Militia. They've got 2 vending machines to play around with, and this is a very comfortable position to be in, especially on the new meta. There are certain things where you just can't open up your pocket market and buy anymore.
Absolutely. And you got to be a lot more cautious, a lot more frugal with how you use the goal portal, right?
Absolutely,
it's not exactly the cheapest thing in the game. But I think Onyx Olympus might have to be a bit more on edge, depending on where Loud goes. If Loud shows up in RQ's front door, then Onyx Olympus, they can be like, okay, we take a back seat. And it seems like that's the decision already, right? Gary and Zyru going into the middle of the circle. They were like, okay, we don't want to deal with any outer circle fight, but that puts them in a very centralized position.
Oh, AG back it away. Fluxo, on the other hand, in a heated combat as the player Cypher does find Bobs with a sliver of health. Does manage to get him down on the ground, but Bunsen shows up from nowhere. Does get the trade right back. Dew hiding behind the fences. Can't really do much, but that doesn't really matter as Caramel with his long snipe gets the job done.
4 rounds in a row that Fluxo has not been able to deliver. They've tried, right? This is one of the few rounds that they got past that early game, and yet they fell at the hands of AG because they just could not win those gunfights. We talked about Lau and RQ Kazu having a standoff at Militia. This is crucial for RQ Kazu, because if they get to hold this compound for a bit longer, they can definitely secure a good position going into the final stage.
Not my bet for champions this time around at EWC, but I truly did not expect this sort of performance out of Fluxo. But we'll catch up with their dreaded performance in a little bit in our conversation. Get high, gets picked right back up, and now Netshu Miners from up top. They've got a huge boulder to play around with as that natural defense. Wasana with the Tatsuya, quick burst to the right-hand side, wants to play the flank, get high outside the circle, and Netshu Miners, they're just gonna be gatekeeping each and every single one of these players.
Yeah, Jonah is going to open up a window by taking out Nando 9. And this is going to allow the rest of BRU to kind of move uphill despite losing, despite getting crippled just a little bit. Loud on the other hand, taking out members as well. But gotta focus on BRU though. This is gonna be a crucial fight. Both teams trading 1-for-1. Moshi taking a one, but Wasana also able to get some eliminations. At the end of the day, it's just BRU coming together like a well-oiled machine. And Netshu Miners, they're gonna be the ones that get mined at the very end, falling into pieces as BRU dismantles them for another 4 points.
Down to the first player to get taken down, the final player to get eliminated on the side of Netshu Miners, but the battle's not over just yet for the side of Buriram. Here comes RRQ, Razor with a great opener, taking out the captain Jonah himself, and the rest of the Buriram players say, not today, not right now. Wasana clipped from the back. Dutch though has got the grenade launcher. This can be a crippling offense that RRQ can set up here, but they back away to play their own defense. They don't want to walk straight into the trap of Buriram.
Both teams showing a lot of respect for each other. They can't get Wasana on the retreat. They have to back up because Get High was supporting them. And Moshi, he has already set up a nest for himself. So if RQ Kazu cannot find a sniper's nest, they are in a lot of trouble. But AG on the other side against Evil's Divine also finds himself in a bit of a pickle on that low ground. Do need to land some crucial shots, but that angle is not working out for him. But it's working out for Moshi on the other end, finding two in a row. One on Stop and one on Ray. BRU eating well tonight.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Moshi with those long shots interfering in a battle that does not even need them at this point of time. Evil's Divine crippled with that shot as Ray was their eye in the sky. G'day circling around alongside Apex. He's got the Drogon in hand, but he barricades himself in. No longer offense from the side of G'day. He gets clipped. No elimination just yet.
Running out of steam at the same time, Monica Olympus gets eliminated. Aim got absolutely sprayed to dust. And Evil's Divine left with two and getting ran at by AG, Abax, and G'day. Not having much of a choice but to fight to the death. But unfortunately, it is just not a dare fight. Monster Truck, the only means of escape for Abax, but how far can he go? Cypher, Duke, Caramel, all on his tail, and Abax starting to weave and bob around the drifting. He's buying him some time, but he runs into Loud instead, and perhaps this is the choice that he has made. Maybe this is a better payoff, but he ends up having to barricade himself. The portal is there, but there's just no time for him to go through it, and Evil's Divine falls in the hands of Loud.
He tried his very best, and of course, AG did a majority of that damage, all thanks to Buriram interfering in that battle. Now Buriram leading the fray with the most number of eliminations on this game, number 4. They won that number 1 spot, but Loud is still in their way. The Silent Assassins have now managed to pick up 10 eliminations already, not even in our sides, but they've been putting in a lot of work.
You gotta love the rivalry that the Brazilians have with the Thais, especially Loud against BRU. We've seen this so many times, but statistically, BRU has won majority of their face-off. Maybe this one will be different. Moshi still untouched so far. The glue wall placement has been sublime. And Loud, they want to cover a bit of ground. They want to run towards BRU.
Oh, beautiful shot of that Riptide Rhythm, but it does not phase the players on the side of Buriram just yet. Hot shots on the other hand, taken out by Cypher, and AG now taking the fight up straight to the players of Buriram. And Yago, Kawan, both players fighting Buriram at the very same time, taking them out of the equation. And now 4 players make that 3 on the side of Loud, take on all gamers.
And Yago has just been on point. We talked about him being able to land those shots. The panel highlighted him, and he is still delivering on all fronts. Loud firing on all cylinders. Yago again with another one. This guy does not stop. And Loud looking to put Brazil on the board. It is just one more left for AG. It's Cypher, but Loud is here to make some noise. It's a booyah for the Brazilian team.
The Silent Assassin, silent for 3 games, but putting in the work to be in the top 3 and finally swiping away that number 1 spot on the overall leaderboard. All thanks to this booyah.
Absolutely, and what a finish for Loud. They started slow, just a bit like Fluxo, but at the end of the day, the ramp up was what gave Loud this moment. Finishing in good position, true and throughout, second place, top 3 in the previous round, and a booyah in this one, overcoming BRU, overcoming AG, and most importantly, Yago on point with every single shot.
Absolutely, man, and this is how you want to ramp up in the competition. 17 points in Bermuda, picking up 19 in Purgatory, 23 at Kalahari, and now walking away with the booyah. Solid number of eliminations in hand as well. Most definitely more than 24 points in this 4th game.
game.
Absolutely, and I think for Loud, this is a big moment, right? We saw RRQ definitely slowing down a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Not because of their own doing, it's just circumstances do change. BRU stepping up the game. But one thing has been constant so far, AJ, the top 3 teams that we just saw on the leaderboard, they are still in that top 3 form. They all are still looking pretty darn good.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, there's just nothing much that, you know, AG could do about this situation. They did do their very best up against the Indonesian players, but as they were circling around, Loud did manage to put quite a bit of pressure on them, taking away 2 of their players. And for the finisher, it was just all too easy, especially with Lost 21 as well as Kawan holding the fort from afar. 9 eliminations from the guy alone on the far end. 27 points. Once again, if you want to step up game after game, this is how you do it.
Yeah, a lot of things are on the line, right? Even Loud, when we first saw them on their world stage 2-3 years ago, they have always felt like they've been sidelined, right? It's Vivo K that took over their spot. It was Fluxo or Magic Squad that took over their spot. Loud felt like an afterthought, but perhaps this is one of those few moments that they could put themselves on that radar. AG Global also coming in second, followed by BRU, RQ Kazu, Onyx Olympus, Evos Divine, and the Indonesians are also having a good day.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? And the consistency out of RRQ here, perhaps not a podium finish in this 4th game, but their consistency is going to keep them in the running for the #1 spot. But we all have to remind ourselves, this is just the group stage. This is just to find our top 12 teams. So regardless of how well you do at the very top of the leaderboard, it's not really going to mean much if you cannot perform the exact same way on the final day in Sunday.
Absolutely, and that's just the reality of this format, right? It can be brutal at some times. The fact that you can have the best possible performance and it would not matter on that last day. But you know what? It's about sending a message, right? You got to start strong, and then you can think about finishing strong.
Yeah, the biggest question here is who are the teams that are out there experimenting as to how they want to torture teams on Sunday, right? Who are these teams who are out there experimenting as to exactly how they're going to strategize their way into that final circle? Because it's not just about getting booyah after booyah after booyah. Yeah, I think this is the perfect example. The Brazilian team Loud. They didn't want to get too aggressive. They were obviously looking for that final circle, but not really throwing everything all in just yet. But well calculated for this 4th game.
Absolutely. 2 more rounds to come in just a little bit. For now, we'll go to a break and we will return for more Free Fire action.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Esports World Cup 2024 Free Fire here at the Boulevard. But I feel like I'm missing somebody. Carol,
Did
there
you forget
are.
something?
I forgot you.
Yeah,
Welcome
I'm
back.
here.
I wanted to explore the Boulevard here with you because there's just so much awesome stuff. So you know what?
I know.
Let's walk around and see what we can find.
Wow, look at this fancy stuff. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have so much
STC?
fun here.
I know. I think we definitely will have to go in there at some point and check out what they have because I saw some cool VR stuff. And not just that, I'm seeing a lot of more awesome stuff. And one of my favorites, I mean, this is a childhood favorite for me. PlayStation is also here.
I know, so I'm gonna leave you here doing the hard job, so I'm gonna have fun. See you later.
I want to join too. Bye.
Hey, we're having some fun here on the desk as well. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the analyst panel here for the Free Fire Esports World Cup. And I've been wanting to say this all day, but make some noise for Loud as they wave the flag high here for Brazil. This wasn't a PT slot. There's a reason why Brazil is a recognized region in the land of Free Fire. They have some amazing teams, and obviously in terms of Loud, they're really showing it to everybody here that they deserve their slot. They are fighting toe-to-toe with Buriram. They're fighting with RRQ, the leaders at the moment for groups A and B. That's right, we've only seen half of our group so far. We've got group C. They're just sitting, they're chilling, they're waiting for their time to shine, but we've already had a great day so far. But we've got to break down this game, folks, right? Loud. First booyah, but today they have been consistent. What has Loud been doing that has given them so much success today?
I would say it's more of how they follow through on the initial engagement that they go into. There are also some instances wherein they try to end a few of those early engagement a little bit quicker, but if that doesn't happen, they distance themselves and keep themselves safe. And then from a distance, especially with Yago in play, that's where they start getting elimination.
Yeah, and just like what our casters call them, right? The silent assassins. They were silent not because they were silent, but they were like, okay, we've been chilling. Okay, we want to see what you guys do. And now we come up with a booyah. And of course, coming out with a booyah, to a certain extent, it's a bonus. But consistency is the key thing to winning games.
Yes, since you mentioned about being a silent assassin, so far out of this game, I've seen so much of snipers. I did mention Yago. We saw how Moshi has been playing it hard from a distance as well with a snipe. So I guess this is really how both teams of Bermuda United Esports as well as Loud is making their play. From a distance, just keep it slow and then get those initial elimination until everyone is like just a few teams remaining.
And just look at the highlights, right? Like AG versus EVOS versus Buriram. They were just chilling at the other end. And Yago just did his work. And look at the amount of eliminations that he got. 9 eliminations. He just need one more to make it a double digit. But then again, 9. How could you deny that sort of performance?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, out of these, I guess it is definitely Yago who deserved that MVP. 9 elimination and a lot of damage. So this is the time where snipers will get that highlight.
So I want to dive a little bit deeper into the sniper discussion because I think this is truly fascinating. For anyone that has not been following the Free Fire scene as of late, for the longest time, CQC, close quarter combat, has been the meta, right? There's been get in your face, fight your opponents, and basically who gets the headshot first wins, right? We haven't seen the sniper meta for such a long time. What are the contributing factors that has pushed us back towards the sniping meta? Because it's been, I want to say, a year, maybe even 2 years before snipers had been relevant again.
Yeah, I would say it's a few of the patches wherein it's when Tetsuya has been introduced, that's where all the aggression really came in. But now we have Skylar's back. From a distance, they can clear out the playing field, giving more heads to be able to be shut down by the snipers.
And you know what? In a game of Battle Royale, there are so many teams, so many players brawling all in one match, right? If everyone's doing the same thing, that one person or that one team who does something different can stand out, and that is Loud.
Definitely. I mean, there's a reason why they are named Loud. They are really explosive. They are being loud in Battlefield. And looking at how it is in the Booyah board that we have earlier, I think the first 2 matches is just warm up for Buriram United as well as Loud. So I still couldn't weigh who will be getting the next Booyah in this game.
Well, lucky for us because we actually have an interview with Loud. So let's see what Loud have to say after securing their first Booyah here at the Esports World Cup.
Welcome back, guys. I'm the Seven Worlds Gaming alongside Carol Bombshell and none other than Loud Kawan Sishi, because they've been absolutely destroying it. This team is currently averaging about 13 eliminations per match, which is crazy. How are you guys feeling after these matches?
Tá perguntando como é que vocês estão se sentindo depois desse primeiro Booyah.
Eu acho que, tipo assim, o Booyah já tava maduro pra sair, né, galera? Que a gente ficou, acho que top 4, top 3 e top 2, se eu não me engano. Então a gente tava faltando só terminar a partida bem. Eu acho que o Booyah saiu, muito mérito do que nós tá fazendo no dia de hoje. Estamos jogando certinho, estamos jogando todo mundo bem. E é isso, tá ligado? Fico muito feliz pelo Booyah, um Booyah no Mundial, pô, sabe? Todo mundo sabe que não é fácil e é isso, mano. Vamos pra mais.
The Booyah was just around the corner because they got like a top 3, top 4, and they were actually expecting to get a Booyah today, and they came very prepared. They were very confident, and everyone knows what Loud does during the champions, global champions.
Hey, well, I've been enjoying it so far. Is there anything you want to say to any of the teams currently challenging you? Maybe send a message.
Tá perguntando se você quer mandar alguma mensagem para algum time que provavelmente está desafiando vocês aqui no dia de hoje.
Eu acho que hoje tá suave ainda, tá ligado? Hoje tá de boa, por conta que é primeiro dia classificatória, mas vamos ver quem vai classificar pra final, tá ligado? Vamos ver os times classificados e aí a gente vê, tá ligado?
Okay, so far so good. He doesn't want it to, you know, he wants to be okay so far because it's just the first day, but everyone is doing a very good job here.
Okay, well, do Brazil is currently performing really, really well. Is there any, thank you so much for your time, by the way. Is there anything you want to tell the fans currently watching you?
Ele tá perguntando se tem alguma coisa que você gostaria de falar para os fãs e também falar o seu arroba.
Muito obrigado a torcida da Loja, deve estar torcendo agora, tá ligado? Todo mundo da Loja tá fazendo com stream aí do Mundial maravilhoso. É isso, vamos por mais, continua torcendo por nós. E meu arroba @Lounge_Kawan, no Insta, no Twitter, em tudo. Tamo junto, é nóis.
He just wanted to give a big shout out to all the Loud fans around the world and all the co-streams. They're doing co-streams for Esports World Cup, and he's just like, make the L.
Oh, yeah. There you go. That's it from Loud, from one of the best consistent teams right now in Day 1 Free Fire Esports World Cup 2024. Back to you guys.
L for Loud, not for losers, but for Loud. I mean, they are earning a lot of hearts just competing today. The way that they're playing, it's so fascinating to see how this team is so confident. I mean, even during the interview, he looked so chill. He was relaxed. It was no big deal. I've seen players, I've seen teams get very tense after their games, even after they win. But Loud, it's like just another day in the office.
And that's one thing, like if you're a team who, like a pro team, you have that confidence in and out of the game. And that
you have to, right? At this stage of the competition, you have to be.
Exactly. It's one thing that they can carry over because despite, you did mention something about being, I would say, consistent in terms of your mindset. So I guess that's a one way to do it. If you're chill in game, you're chill off game, then you can have a clear mind.
Yeah, my takeaway from the interview is that he didn't really want to trash talk any other team.
Yeah.
Like he's taking it chill, he's respecting because he knows it's still early in this tournament. And of course he wants to focus a little bit more onto himself and his team rather than just thinking about someone else.
Yeah, I think that's a great mindset to have, right? Making sure that you are playing at your absolute best, not getting too lost in the sauce. We have seen this before, teams playing amazingly on day number 1. And then day number 2, we've seen some crash landings, you know, a bit of turbulence for some of these teams, but sometimes they recover, sometimes they don't. But game number 5, folks, we are past the halfway mark. We are getting towards the end of day number 1 here. And effectively for A and B, this will be the last 2 games these groups have with each other. And then they're basically done for these set of games. What are we kind of expecting here? Because next Terra is our next map, right? We just finished Alpine. Next Terra is next. Do you think we're going to be seeing some really high-paced, high-octane matches? Or are things going to slow down here? Because I think some teams, they're kind of worried with where they are.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they need to be worried because there's already one day off, especially for those coming from Group A. So they will be sitting it out after this day and then just watching the game and trying to figure out if they have a chance. But looking at the board right now, looking at how they place themselves, all the 3 teams that we have in the Booyah board has around 30% of top 3 already. So won't be surprised if they can still take that match number 5, but I want to look at the ones at the bottom of the leaderboard like Onyx Olympus, who's slowly moving up.
Yeah, Onyx Olympus, probably one of those sleeping giants. There's still games for them to play, so yeah, you might be a little bit worried, but then again, you have to remember that there are still games for them to play. But I also want to point out the fact that there was a lot of expectation coming in for the Thai teams, especially coming into this tournament. But so far, when it comes to the Booyahs collected, only one Thai team, which is Buriram United, collected it.
Yeah, I think it was quite a shock for everybody. I mean, to be fair, no one really saw RRQ coming. They sort of came out of nowhere, snapped up the first 2 Booyahs. Next to Buriram, Loud. I guess another thing we have to consider is there anyone that is in the running to get the next Booyah? Because we have seen the same teams consistently within top 3, top 4. Was it all games? All gamers? They are so close. They just haven't gotten their Booyah yet.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, another key to, like, if we look at patterns, another key is the snipers. They have Do on their side. So if Do can play it like so much better compared to the previous matches that we've seen, then they might be able to get to that Booyah. It's very, very close there.
Peeps, I'm a man of culture.
Yeah.
And my culture is that we love tactics, we love strategy. And this team, Esports, they've shown
yes.
good tactics, how they rotate around the map, they avoid unnecessary fights. They're about to get a Booyah at some point.
About to, or maybe is this the game, do you think?
Bring it on, let's go, Esports!
Esports, is it going to be this one? Is it going to be the random map? We will have to find out in just a second. But game number 5, we are ready to fly right in. So AJ, Husky, take it away for match number 5.
Thank you very much to the panelists, Danny, Neptune, and Sir Cloud. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Esports World Cup Free Fire Day 1. Back in action is Husky and the Mustachio AJ. So many things to cover.
Oh, yeah.
First of all, L to the Loud. They are cooking. They are eating well today. But I want to touch on Esports just a little bit, right? Sure, tactics were great. They avoid unnecessary fights, but it hasn't been working out.
I mean, it's okay. As long as they get into the top 12, I'm just waiting to see exactly what they can pull off on Point Rush and the Grand Finals. I've got no big judgments for the first 3 days. I mean, unless, of course, they're really lagging behind, like 19 Esports at the moment. Yeah, maybe we should kind of like kick it up a couple of notches for the team.
That would be a different L, right? But when we talk about Lao, we had our MVP in the previous round, which was Yago. Yeah. For those who have followed Yago, he won FFWS 2023 in Bangkok, right? He was with Magic Squad at that time. So that's why he was so good. And funny enough, poetically enough, he was the man that landed the most crucial shot of that tournament with the Skylar that no one believed in to lift that trophy before he departed Magic Squad and joined Loud. Can you believe it?
He single-handedly, with that Riptide rhythm, won the squad the trophy, walked away as champions, took that championship away from Thailand, the home of Free Fire, and on top of that, he made everybody else believe in Skylar again. All up to this recent patch where Skylar actually got buffed. Now you get to hit 2 Riptide rhythms. All of y'all can thank Yago for that.
It's impossible to understate how much he has done for his team. But there's another king in the arena, another king in the ring, and that's Wasana, right? When he was with Magic Esports during FFSI, that's where we started to discover that this man, he is something else. And then BRU picked him up. And he went on to participate in every single international tournament. But also because of that, he is currently uncrowned. Because for the last 3 international tournaments that he has been in, he has not been able to walk away with a trophy. Finishing runner-up 2nd place, FFWS 2023 in Bangkok. Finishing 3rd place in SPS and finishing again in top 5 FFWS Spring SEA.
I mean, for this guy, he's got all of the capabilities to demolish the opponents, but the rest of his team members really do need to step up, right? I think we have seen Jonah kind of fall off of his great momentum that he used to hit out there on the battlefield. And if your captain is not hitting those high notes, perhaps as the team members, they will be struggling a tad bit here. But this is the tournament where we are expecting the furious Buriram, right? We are expecting them to go from okay game faces to absolute furious faces where they're just pissed off. Like, how many times are you going to deny the trophy from us? But it looks like even the start of this competition has not been the best for Buriram.
But I feel like this is your favorite part about the team, where they always start slow. You know, you say that they will be hiding some stress, and then at the tail end of the tournament, they step up and then they kind of walk away with the trophy. Though that has not been the reality for the past year and a half. But I feel like eventually this is going to happen, right? You can't stay at the top forever. Teams are catching up, and I like the competition that we're having as we head into next Terra for round number 5.
And of course, the hiding strats kind of formula does work out for some teams, right? We saw how Team Falcons kind of like laid low under the radar all throughout the group stages, and then bam, at the finals of FFWSC, they came up top as champions. We're still waiting to see if or not they're going to win the club championship for their brand overall by the end of the Free Fire competition. But let's take a look at this flight path as well. Everybody's comfortable in their own drop spots. I believe a lot of them have avoided the early engagements, except of course Lost 21 and Wasana, who are a little bit too close to each other at this point.
Even Fluxo has taken the Intellect Center, right, in the far north. On the other end, you have Retta, who are basically in proximity of Evo's Divine. So this is where we can expect potential first contact in this round. And as for Retta, they're starting to cover as much ground as possible. CarXX with the first elimination, first blood for them.
Yeah, the XM8 giving them the first point of the game. Aim God has got the aims, but no weapons to respond to those shots, and Retta will get an easy number 2 off of the Indonesian squad. Gade, in the meantime, is already making his good way away from this engagement. He does not want to have anything to do with them. ABAX a little bit further away from them. Loud is within the vicinity as well. In the name of Kawan, he perhaps could drop a couple of shots and stop the player rotating away.
I'm surprised that Aim God even wanted to run for the coins, right? It's kind of leaving a bit of a breadcrumbs behind, but for Retta, this is kind of the ideal start. You get 2 free points. They won't be able to wipe out the rest of Evo's Divine, but at least you're off to a decent opening. But we see that Negan thrown out off screens. Wasana that gets his head blown off.
Wasana just stepping a little bit too close to the players of Loud, and he understands that perhaps that's not really the strategy they have to be pulling off at this point of time. Slowly, he makes his way right back in through a revival, and Loud, all thanks to Buriram, have got 1 point to start things off with.
Absolutely. And even for Loud, when we saw them on the international stage, we had talked about people such as Lost 21 and Kawan, right? Very solid players that just need a bit of polishing. On the other end, Fluxo is the team that has been suffering so far today. They got to face up against RRQ Kazu again, but I think MT7 is, you have to be a bargaining chip, right? You send him over to RQ Kazu and make sure the rest of the team gets out. The fact that you started at Intellect Center and still you now realize that the exit is blocked by one of the top 3 teams, you gotta find another way out.
Strat's just really not checking out here for Fluxo. MT7 up on top, away from the rest of his team members, and he does not have a portal go in hand as well. Takes those great shots against Ma'al, but brings a little bit of unwanted attention to himself as well. The AUG still on level 1, so you're not going to get too much of heavy damage out of the gun.
See how long he can hold RQ Kazu in this position. This could benefit the rest of Fluxo though. They're going to start flying in. You can see on that map, trying to rendezvous with the rest of the team. So RQ Kazu, they're going to call it quits. No point wasting time there. They still have a marker on Razor for another minute and a half. Just run the clock out and perhaps make that rotation. Plenty of space on the west side of the map.
Everybody's got a full squad. And as I say that, Anas might just be the one to exit right now. Zairu stepping on in. Brave man, but Hasu punishes him for that. The shotgun in play once again. Zairu out of the equation. Gary is there. But unfortunately for Garadu, he missteps it all the way into Hotshot. And the Pakistanis now just taking these great steps. 3 eliminations. They have to slow things down. They can't get too excited.
Yeah, 4. Make it 4 as Gary goes down. They were able to get a revive onto Kiba before things went absolutely south. But if you are a Hotshot, this is a fantastic opening. And on the other hand, BRU against Yago is going to be Wasana. They just wins the footwork. Yago getting taken down off screen. This is what we saw, kind of revenge from the side of BRU.
In Yago's defense, he just didn't have his favorite gun, right? Had to play off of the SMG. Not really his best weapon. If that was a sniper, I don't think Wasana would be smiling at this point of time. The guy would have had to get it revived once again. P Esports up against Evo's Divine. ABAX with a sliver of health alongside Ray, but it's Gade. Ray goes down. ABAX down as well. Back to back to back. They get those knocks. Instant revival onto Ray. Aim God is there as well for that backup, but not yet. This is not the time for EVOS Divine, all thanks to the pocket market.
Definitely not the time to get eliminated, but it is definitely time for PE Sports to show themselves a little bit, make their presence known in this lobby, getting a couple of points, something that they desperately need to at least get a safe haven in that top 12 by the end of today. But for a team like Reta, I think they're doing the exact same thing, skirting around kind of the edges of the map. And this is where teams like Reta, when they don't want to take too much risk, they try to slow it down a little bit, right? Take that long road to make sure that they at least guarantee that late game entry. But also the risk that comes to that is that if you get intercepted, you really don't have much place to go.
Reta currently sitting in 8th, so not the most comfortable of positions. They have to make sure they find that final circle. Can't give it up to yet another early elimination. But skirting around the very edge of the safe zone seems to be a smart idea here. They stop halfway, not intruding into the compound of all gamers. So it is a decently passive play from the side of Reta. I like that. But in the meantime, Hotshot now going to find a hot contender out there on the battlefield. It's the one and only Loud.
And they did go wide a little bit from the grenade launcher, but Hotshot actually are in a pretty decent position, especially Sajid. This is a crucial spot. If he can anchor down here, if he can become the fulcrum for Hotshot, they might be able to get a couple of points off of Loud. I think Loud kind of smells that blood in the water, at least danger in the air. They're going to start scattering, start the retreat. Kawan getting tagged first by Action, and Sajid soon to join in. Hotshot continuing the pursuit.
Oh, Kawan in a terrible position now with the mini Uzi in hand. Can't really do much from a distance like this. I want to see what's his second gun action. On the other hand, takes advantage with the Woodpecker, spots a little bit of his body peeking out, and he takes the guy out of the equation, but nothing lost for Loud there. They had the resources to bring the guy right back into play, but the question is, can they survive the onslaught that Hotshot is trying to bring upon them right now? Here comes the rush.
The gears are turning for Hotshot. The engine's revved up. Hotshot taking the fight. Sajid coming in, and that's the trade already. Loud can't find much more than just that. Kawan would just have to watch his teammates bite the bullet as we find a quadra for Action. Hotshot coming online.
Amazing aggression coming through from Hotshot. The team that missed the grand finals by just 6 points in the Free Fire World Series last year. They want to make it happen for themselves this time. All they need to do is aim for the top 12. If they can keep this up, top 12 is surely in their pockets.
They have been a constant pride for the Pakistanis Free Fire scene, right? Year after year, they missed out. I think we talked about this behind the scenes where, sure, they missed out last year, but that was the closest they've ever come to.
Yes.
And perhaps this is going to be it. Loud eliminated as Lopex XL takes out Kawan off screen. So the team that just got Booyah faces an early exit. But on the other hand, 19 Esports, that Riptide Rhythm destroying the glue wall means that no more defenses left for them. 2 down. It seems like for AG, they want to put the pedal to the metal.
Fantastic use of the Skylar right there. Jota right back in the game. A timely revival to keep 19 Esports still in this match.
It's a clutch at the end. Bit of a good move, I think, for 19 Esports. Sure, they're still in the game.
Yeah.
But you look at the state of the circle, there really isn't much left, right? 7 minutes until we hit the end game stage. In fact, lesser than 7 minutes. And even when we look at the map, Jota 10, the only survivor, he's going to head to Zipway, find that vending machine. So this is a very, very slow mid to late game for 19 Esports.
I mean, they're currently placed 12th in the overall grand scheme of things. The last thing you want is to get taken out early once again. So timely revival, yes, but what do you do with the revive? And how much of coins can you pick up for those revivals to bring the rest of the teams in? As I talk about him, Jota does bring Elite right back into the squad. Now you've got 2 players out there looking for those coins, scraping away at the battlefield, all thanks to those coin machines. The possibility is high for a full team revival, but survivability with the low number of loot on them perhaps could keep them in the 12th spot by the end of this game.
Even for AG Global, they have 8 eliminations so far. I feel like we kind of sideline them a little bit, right? Because they have good early to mid game, but late game, they don't really make it that far. Maybe this is one of the few times AG gets a bit more, shows a bit more of that presence. Fluxo, on the other hand, also having a decent round so far. You know, they ran to RQ Kazu in that early game after coming out Intellect Center, but at least they have a full squad and they have just transitioned smoothly into the mid game. And they even find LBT. Well, courtesy of Abe High, look who's going to pick it up. MT7 steals it.
That's why you need Falco. But unfortunately, the pet's just not as buffed enough to waste on your slots there. Everybody else is going to be dragging in that R1, that Dreki, the Beastin. So Mr. Falco will need to wait for a little bit of a update, maybe a little bit of a buff in the next few patches. MT7 though, he smells a victim right outside the circle. Question is, can he get to him? The last thing Fluxo wants is to play these aggressive maneuvers and then lose players in such a crucial timing.
Yeah, and they heeded your words. They can stop by Museum for now. I think you can also use that 19 Esports straggler as a bait if they continue to chase, but
yeah,
as things stand, we are going to have a bit of a stalemate between the teams until the next circle. Even for BRU, they are not making too many aggressive moves. Netshoe Miners doing the exact same thing. They're just still gatekeeping from Topia because this is a pretty decent spot with a lot of vantage points.
Oh my!
They say that AVAX gets found out. That doesn't result in a knock, so good on Evil's Divine.
Yeah, great play there. Did manage to get the connection, but no knocks. Jota 10 out, 19 Esports still being tortured. PE Esports this time being the one to take those digs at them. But Elite 11 is going to be pretty much out of sight from everybody else unless, of course, there's another revival and the guy joins him up top on the tower. In the meantime, 19, they are going to stay alive for a little bit longer.
Might not be for long. Depends on if BRU finds one of the members. Well, I say that Wasana has already found him.
My.
So 19 Esports on the last legs. Evil's Divine on the other hand, running into Netshoe Miners.
See what Netshoe can do here as Evil's Divine. They stack it up outside as Ray gets knocked down onto the ground. Proc 7, beautiful shot from afar. Gade can't do much. He waits behind his barrier, just waiting for a couple of players to show up. And yes, they do show up with General rushing on in with the Woodpecker. CQC with the marksman. Gade stood no chance.
A very, very good follow-up from the side
Elite
of Netshoe Miners. Elite also might end up falling, but he did get the revive on Cluso before he eventually goes down, but picked up by MT7, so 19 Esports cannot escape the inevitable. Hotshot on the other hand, they're going to run into AG, and this is going to be crunch time. AG on one side, BRU on the other.
That Riptide Rhythm making sure they can't erect any more of those defenses. Grenade after grenade, and Get High with a triple. It's all up to that final player to get those pickups, and Action goes down as well. Headshot eliminated all by Get High himself.
Essentially getting a quad kill with 2 nades. Get High showing up big time. And Hotshot streak ended in just a flash. BRU continues their streak. And I'm pretty sure AG saw that happening. But off of that momentous play, BRU ready to storm the front of AG.
They were doing so well up to that point, man. Buriram, you monsters, Get High. He did not see that one coming just yet. He thought he might get 1, maybe 2, but gets a triple and finishes off the final player with the follow-up grenade. Monstrous play from the Buriram player. And now RRQ getting the chip damage from all of those ice grenades. Let's see if they can get away from this one as AG finds a player. Caramel turned on by Get High. That Drogon just way too good.
Wait, stop, could not find Wasana. It's so slippery! And turning around with the Charge Buster, AG getting toyed around like a rag doll, and suddenly realizing that they are only down to just 1 stop in his tracks. Achilles heel basically torn in half, and AG not having a good time. RQ on the other hand, Razor takes the grenade to the face courtesy of Bob's delivery from the Brazilian team. Duels up against the full force of Brazil, and they fall in the process, executed in public.
Just like we talked about, the forward momentum at the start of the day and the backward swing, RRQ can't seem to hang on just yet, but at least they got that 4th spot. We need to see exactly how many of those eliminations will keep them up at the top here. Buriram United, on the other hand, leading the fray with the most number of eliminations, and I am pretty sure Get High has got a couple of more grenades to play around with.
Oh, absolutely. Down to top 3 is Fluxo, Netshoe Miners, and BRU. Let's see if they can defy the odds. Ever since the last, not just the last 2-3 international events, we've seen BRU having a target on their back. They just grow bigger and bigger and bigger every international event. And it kind of reached a boiling point, the Snapdragon Pro Series that we had at Sao Paulo. Right now, BRU having to face off against Netshoe Miners first. Let's see what they can make out of this.
Netshoe just wasting way too many of those glue wall melters, just tossing it out into the open. Bob's down on the ground. This is one of the best games Fluxo has had thus far, but all of their players barely having any bit of health on them to survive out there on the battlefield. Netshoe now setting all of those grenades towards Fluxo. Here comes Wasada with his Tatsuya as well, flanking on from the left-hand side. Nando does manage to drop bombs, and Fluxo just can't do much to detest all of these players.
And with these two teams taking each other out, the job for BRU has just gotten so much easier. 4 versus 3 in this final skirmish. Get High with 11 under his belt, absolutely slaughtering everyone in this lobby. And Netshoe Miners will become a relic by the end of this. Sent back into the dirt is BRU, claiming the second Booyah of the day.
19 eliminations, 12 points from the Booyah. A massive game from your 2-time world champs.
Back on the world stage and emotions running high for BRU. A rare sight because normally they're stoic even after a win, right? We saw it in FFWS Spring. They get 5 Booyahs in a single day and they still don't feel happy about it. But Wasana felt like a weight has been lifted off his shoulders. And Get High, definitely the instigator, the finisher, the judicator, and the executor.
I mean, this is the kind of games we want to see out of Buriram United Esports, but at the very same time, I'm very happy that they did not start off this whole day with a explosive momentum, right? Because we saw that in the group stages of the Free Fire World Series Spring, and that's not what we want, because when push came to shove, when it came down to the final grand finals day, this team just could not get the job done. A little bit more of a calculated move into that final circle like what we saw in this game. That's exactly that classic Buriram that the whole of the Thai region needs if they want to walk away with the EWC trophy.
People say that every single Free Fire team has 4 members, but for BRU, there's 16 of them. Every single one of those members individually is an armada, a one-man machine. And to close it out this strong, it's not like we're not used to seeing BRU set records, but every time you see it, it feels so fresh. 31 points off of 1 round.
31 points, and RRQ bowed out of the race with just 8. So this for sure means that they are going to be overtaken. And now Buriram United, the biggest question is, do they overtake Loud as well? I believe they most definitely do. They were just about 15 points behind that #1 spot when we took a peek at the overall leaderboard earlier. So it looks like the Thai Giants are right back where they belong.
Really feels like you cannot count them out, right? Give them 2 mediocre rounds and they kind of pulled it back within 3. And this is where we say it, right? I mean, prior to this, we say the top 3 teams on the leaderboard has been constant, but this is where the shakeup happens. BRU, they keep their spot, but for the rest of it, RRQ, Kazu, Loud is starting to feel the heat a little bit. You can even see on the faces of Razor, on the face of Abe High, they realize that things aren't going as smoothly as they wanted it to.
Absolutely, man. And of course, with that massive game, what Buriram also did was steal the spotlight away from Fluxo, who just managed to hit their recovery gameplay, right? 18 points is great for this squad because I believe they are, what, in 11th right now? They should be able to shoot right up the leaderboard.
They have 1 more round to do so. We're going to give the team some time to recuperate as we also will head for a break, and we'll come back in just a bit for the final round of the day.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
The two-time world champions, they couldn't help themselves, right? They've got the pride, they have the glory. They're not going to let anybody take those games away. So locking in their second booyah of the day is none other than Buriram United. Who's surprised?
No.
Nobody.
Definitely not me. And BRU had this moment, right, where they were kind of like hiding in the weeds, kind of playing a little bit safe, so to speak. But then all of a sudden, they walk into this team that was just had 11 kills of Hotshots Esports, the team from Pakistan. Action was starting to pop off. He was starting to get a little bit crazy. And then Get High had this amazing grenade, knocked out 3, then took out the team, and he took out everybody, right? He took away the hopes of that entire team, all because of that one single grenade.
Yeah, and he's holding the numbers now, right? 11 eliminations just by himself. That's the number to beat at this moment. But speaking about beating, we started the show with our predictions, right? And we had a little bit of banter between Buriram and Falcons. Well, just say Falcons hasn't played yet.
Okay, they haven't played yet, but are they able to play to the same level of BRU to this point, right? The booyahs, the amount of kills that they've gotten everything has gone their way thus far. It's been very good for them.
Dude, this is where the advantage of Group C, right? They get to see what's happening at Group A and Group B, and they can strategize, they can prepare themselves for tomorrow. So, hey, one up for them.
Okay, it's one thing to watch a team and to see this, and we're watching the highlights here. This is the part where Hotshots is kind of popping off, and we'll get to the BRU highlights because it's going to be them all the time. And I think at that point, Group C, it's going to be more of like, oh, wow. This team is even scarier than we expected. Going into tomorrow, I think that they're going to even fear them even more.
Yeah, but speaking about fear, another team that probably I want to put attention to, which is Fluxo.
Okay.
I mean, this is the best finish so far, right?
Best
they got a
finish,
third place finish, and we didn't talk about, or at least, we didn't talk about like, it doesn't matter how you start, it matters how you end. So Fluxo on the rise. Keep an eye on these guys.
Okay, you sound a little bit like my dad when you say that with this whole starting and ending strong and all that stuff. Okay, great advice. And you're right. I do agree with you. Fluxo did actually do, they did much better. They really needed this game. They need to finish strong. They have one more game that's coming. And, you know, it's one of those moments where, you know, Fluxo, it's do or die at this point.
It's do or die, and I actually think it might come down to maps, right? Because we are down to our final map today. Excellent. And it's a random map. The teams don't know what map this is. We don't know what map this is. We don't even know who this last round is going to favor. So I think if you're Fluxo at this point, are you praying that it's next Terra? Because that is their best performing map so far.
Yeah, we'll continue on with it. I mean, it's one of those things where if it's done right, maybe we try the same strat, we do it again. Because again, Fluxo got a lot of points. They're going to need more of that.
Yeah, and I totally agree with that. I mean, if you're starting to get the momentum with that same map, you want to get the chance to repeat that map again, and hopefully it goes your way.
Hopefully it goes your way. Maybe I kind of could spin it at a different tangent as well, right? What if whatever map it is, it's a redo for Fluxo? I know there's a lot of emphasis for this team, but I know there are a lot of people that are, you know, kind of looking at this team. we don't know, right? It's going to come down to this last map. What is it going to be? We'll have to find out. We're going to find out right now here as we're jumping into game number 6 right now. What map is it? We're going to find out in just a second here. AJ Husky, take it away.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup for Free Fire.
Where are we?
And we are back in Is this
Alpine?
I believe this is where Loud won.
This is exactly where Loud won. I mean, bro, I think they're going to be smiling year to year because they exited the fight just a tad bit too early in next Terra, and we are right back in the match where they picked up that booyah, and they seem to have a super hot drop here up against PE Sports, the team that is the ninja of the competition right now, constantly avoiding all of those engagements, but I don't think they can run away from the Brazilians because these guys are on for the hunt for the points.
I mean, if we follow the patterns, there's a chance that Lao gets the second booyah, and we end the day with 3 teams getting 2 booyahs each.
Ooh,
and they happen to be the teams that were top 3 at 1 point. So pretty poetic. Wasana getting the first blood off screen. And Lao, on the other hand, taking it slow. I feel like we've seen this before, right? Lao and PE Sports when we were on Alpine in round number 4. This is the exact same setup.
But RRQ, they came in and they interfered quite a bit at this spot. So let's see if that's going to repeat again as well. Buriram already picking off 1 point from the players of EVOS Divine. Wasana, not the best gun to hold on to. The Scar in his hand. Hasn't been upgraded just yet. The guy needs to find a spot. The Tatsuya best does help G'day out. But Wasana's not going to be phased at all with the tag from that Homer because he's running that Joseph. Silver Spoon, baby, you don't slow me down.
Absolutely, and Wasana feels like he's in the Matrix right now. He is Keanu Reeves on steroids. Absolutely. He's a one-man army. Look at this guy. He is running straight at G'day. Even the Riptide Raider support from his teammates to knock down that glue wall that G'day put up earlier on. And Wasana, he's not backing off. Now taking on Ray. He's getting shot from multiple angles. And yet, this guy is refusing to take a step back.
This is the one and only Wasana. He battles in style, baby, out in the open. He's taking those shots. He does not care. He already has those 2 eliminations. G'day is there for the finisher. Wasana, he could not make it the 3rd, but now Jonah on the right-hand flank already can force G'day out of position with his shots, but Jonah chooses to remain silent. Perhaps they've pushed a little bit too much and they want to slow their pace down a tad bit.
Even Argukazu showing up at this exact same spot. PE Sports, 3 members on top of the building. That's where kind of all the salad dishes are. Taking the portal down back to the ground floor, maybe getting a better chance to fight against Loud, who have common position on top of this. See if you can get those info though, because indoors there's not really much angles for Common to work on.
At this point, it's a little bit too predictable with the rotation that RRQ is making here at this Alpine map. So they have to watch out for that, because you perform that a little bit too much, then it's one play where all of the other teams are definitely going to get a read on and try to play a counter maneuver. Lost 21 does find LBT. PE Sports with 1 player down already. Drax, you better run, bro! And the fantastic maneuver with the Chrono to block those shots, and he gets away in the nick of time. Lost 21 is there for that flank and the support, but no one finds those shots. Kawan just a tad bit too far away with the SMG in hand. And the treatment sniper can't do much from a distance like that.
Not the best angle to work with for sure. I gotta say, Tatsuya plus the time turner from Chrono is a super defensive combo, right? But he gets the job done. Gets you out of trouble when needed. Nero actually finds himself at the very top. So Kawan, he's gonna, sprain his ankles a little bit just to find some safe ground, even throwing out utilities to chip Nero's health bar. I think Drax has the info as well. So this standoff is still going on between these 2 squads.
Ice Grenade does not take Nero out of the equation just yet. Yago, my man, do you have the sniper? Unfortunately, no. Just rocking the Bison at this point of time. And that's just one of the weak points for Loud. They cannot sustain early engagements because they heavily depend on what Yago can do out there on the battlefield with his flanks. At this point of time, Hotshot, on the other hand, getting tortured a tad bit as Reda continues the onslaught. 2 players down on the ground. Action taken out. Chris picked right back up. Reda's back in action.
It's just a very unfortunate start for Hotshot. They did get the revive, but losing action again to AG. So it's going to be one of those rounds for Hotshot Esports. They've been in this position so many times across so many years, but, you still got to try and find a way to recover. And we've seen what Hotshot can do prior to that get high moment. So hopefully they can recover from that. But for Lao and PE Sports, none of them want to budge.
A little twist of fate here for the team of Loud. Earlier, we saw them rotating out of Railroad when RRQ interfered. But this time, they did manage to put an end to Ma'al and his early rotation. And they choose to stick it here. Two players do back away, though. And this might just be a sacrifice onto Kawan as Lost 21 and Yago abandoned their teammate. Wang An just managed to spot out Drax as well. But Treatment Sniper's just not going to do much damage up against that vehicle. And Loud, just like what they did in the previous Alpine game, they rotate away. They do not want to face off against PE Sports, especially when Yago does not have either the M82B or the AWM in hand yet.
Yeah, even have double off run as well. And the objective is very clear. We want to head to Garrison, but that's where BRU is also heading as well. So we might get a glimpse of that potential final fight. And I'm going to quickly circle back to the point, right? You brought out that Loud, not really that proficient. They prefer to not play the CQC, but that's also because I feel like Lost 21 has been lost in the sauce, right? He hasn't been showing that CQC prowess. I hope to see him back, but it seems like our worst nightmare has just come true. Even worse for Lao, losing Drax just like that.
You call that one out miles away, man. Buriram rotating into Garrison as well, finding Drax, but Lost 21 with an instant revive, all thanks to the vending machine right beside him. Now Wasana spotting that out, goes in for the chase, and Lost 21 in a 1v1. Parafal in hand. Wasana, what you got to play, bro? Has got a level 2 M1014, a double bump straight to the head, and Jonah with the backup, they bring the guy down onto his knees.
Yeah, too brutal to even look at, right? I mean, BRU just doing BRU stuff. Evil's Divine, on the other hand, got to deal with 19 Esports. Well, all gathered together, contrary to what Evil's Divine is doing right now. They care about covering more of the compound. So 19 Esports, they're going to work together to maybe find a point that they can snap on the side of Evil's Divine. And so far, they haven't found any.
Beautiful thing here is everybody gets a slice of this Esports World Cup pie. The prize pool is for everyone to share. But the biggest of goals as of this group stage is to find that top 12 ranking, get into Point Rush, get into the Grand Finals day, and perform like you have never performed in your lives. Just like what PE Sports did at the Sea Spring. AG backing away, RRQ, big fight for the Thai players.
Absolutely, and for AG, they're starting to wall off the entrances. Due needing to back off for now. His teammates not in the best position to support him, but they got to find a way. They got to make a decision right now. Do we help Due, or do we let him go and we go deeper into the circle? Because they're not in the best spot, right? Vantage is not included in the safe zone, and it's quite a distance to travel to cover. For AG, it feels like the only way to get out of this is to win the fight, and it's Due trying to just juke around. 10 health, healing up, Inhaler in hand, and a couple of glue walls to buy some time. Due still with the mental of a survivalist, refusing to go down, running into Abe High, and Abe High also ducks behind cover. Due goes to 180 and Stop shows up just in the nick of time. Recovery arriving for AG.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Backup is in play, and RRQ, the backward swing of the pendulum. And they just could not hold on to their position. Unfortunate as they had a explosive start at the day. Back-to-back booyah, but just nothing much to keep that spot for themselves.
RRQ, they're throwing jabs, you know, like going for kicks, and AG hit them with the backhand, and suddenly it's lights out.
Oh yeah.
It just adds on to the stress, right? RRQ, Kazu already were a bit rattled after round number 5, and to go out first in the last round of the day after a strong start, gotta go for that reset for their next 6 rounds in the coming days. But for Fluxo, they're going to be happy that they are still in the game, but you can see that they've slowed down by a lot.
By the way, a quick cookie for you guys to bite on. Earlier, Lao was leading the eliminations, the overall leaderboard, but just with that phenomenal play that Buriram had, they had overtaken Lao. 1 elimination ahead of them at the very top of the leaderboard. The first team to break that 100-point mark, your one and only 2-time world champs.
I was talking to Yunsu, well, not Yunsu and Holler, you know, our colleagues on the set.
Yeah.
And I was like, you know what? Actually, Free Fire is so competitive right now.
Of course, yeah.
If we don't count the Thai teams. and the
Okay,
Brazilians, right?
I did not see that one coming. Okay.
To be fair to everyone else. But, you know, jokes aside, I think right now it's still very competitive despite the Thai teams being at the top.
Oh, yeah.
And these teams, you know, are getting closer and closer. It's a gradual process, right?
It was a breath of fresh air, man.
It was.
I mean, the Free Fire World Series 2023, to see a Brazilian team take the trophy away from the Thai squads, you know, everybody lost their minds. And to see Loud performing in this fashion here in this competition at EWC is great. We still have a lot of hope for the region, but I want to see the other Brazilian teams step it up as well, right? We kind of see the Netshoe Miners, and speaking of them, we see them on the screen right now, maneuvering around Rimmouth. We see them on the screen, but we just don't see big plays from them. I hope they can get into that final circle, pull away a booyah, make the region really happy by the end of the day.
Even the recent SPS tournament, Netshoe Miners, they did show some presence, right? They're not at the top of the food chain for sure, but you know, you get a taste of what they can bring.
Lopez!
I mean, the shot not connecting. Hasu did go down to Lopez somehow, avoiding it only for a while. I think getting taken down in the end by MT7. Fluxo joining the occasion from afar. And just add on, this year, so important for the Brazilian teams. We're going back to Rio by the end of the year, right? They brought the trophy back, so they got to make it worth. Onyx Olympus, on the other hand, got to face off against 19 Esports.
Home ground advantage for the Brazilians at Rio. Very slim chance the Thai teams get to wreck them on their own home soil, but we'll see exactly what happens when we get there. Jonah 10 behind the tree. The circle's just not showing him any mercy whatsoever. Gardu will bear support from that right-hand side. They take the guy out a little bit too easy of the play. Stop now, backing away. Fluxo taking those shots, but they have to focus on Netshoe Miners as well. Cypher down on the ground, outside the circle. Stop is there to help him up, but will the circle get the rest of the job done? No procs!
Oh!
He does get it with a woodpecker!
What a shot, and that means that those two members on the side of AG might just end up going down unless they have that adrenaline rush to help them get back up on their feet. It seems like Cypher has it, so Stop will be brought back up, but still, Caramel goes down in the process thanks to Ray. And this is a bit of a disaster for AG, right? They have to go for that hard reset thanks to Netshoe Miners.
Fluxo now gatekeeping the players on the side of Netshoe Miners. As AG moves in towards Rai, that's going to be a little bit of a distraction to play up against Fluxo. And so that they don't take those spot shots against Netshoe Miners as they try to find a way back into the circle.
Oh no.
Buriram United on the other hand, circling around. Onyx Olympus, two-man strong. They're not going to be able to handle this. Moshi circles around. Wasana shows up in the nick of time, dropping Gary. Kiba runs away, tagged up by the Homer already. And that's about it for Onyx Olympus out in 11.
Onyx Olympus just wanted to find refuge with the two remaining members, but they ended up running into the candy house, just like Hansel and Gretel, completely trapped by the members of BRU, pincered from every angle, blocked off by glue walls, and shredded afterwards. So this exit definitely will hurt Onyx Olympus. They join the Indonesian compatriots in the lobby. Fluxo, on the other hand, a couple of portals to work with. They're going to relocate to Rai, and that's a three-way fight.
Fluxo saw an opportunity. They put down that portal go and instantly rotated around. Ra1 out on the open. Does he get taken down? Yes, he does. Fluxo gets a triple. GU down on the ground, though. They have to go in for the quick pickup. As Butson circles around, GU's going to be right back up, all thanks to the Chrono.
Really round this stand back up, but yeah,
beautiful.
Ice grenade takes him out. 6 points. AG also perishing to the blue. The Fluxo continues that rampage. On the other hand, Reta also not too shabby, right? They lost Opex XL, but they also have 6 points in the bag. Retired from afar, courtesy of Fluxo. It's between them and Reta.
Reta has got nowhere to hide at this point of time, but Fluxo does not have enough time to pay attention to their opponents. They have to pay attention to the circle first. They don't have this placement just yet in the next zone as they circle around. Reta tries to gatekeep them. GU down on the ground. Bob's down as well. And Reta just absolutely flattening the players of Fluxo.
That's Chris Angel, Mind Freak, Reta version. One snap of the finger and they wipe out Fluxo. What a play with the shotgun in that close range. Absolutely demolishing Fluxo in the CQC. Unexpected performance.
I swear I was not expecting that one. And now put it up. They spot another fish out there that they want to fry. Reta 3-man strong. They wasted quite a number of those utilities already. Chris has any grenade to play in this next matchup. Wasana circling around. He's got the Drogon in hand. Spots a player. Takes a bump and Chris barely able to survive with a sliver of health. But Wasana, the trade is there. Jonah steps on in to bring his team member right back up, and here comes Esports Divine to finish off the Thai Giants.
Let's see if the Vultures can clean up a little bit. BRU, they're in the weeds. Triggers and Moshi goes down from the grave. Reda refuses to give up, and they're not out just yet, but they've left the mark. At least Wong Ang with the finisher onto Reta. As the rest of BRU, they're running towards PE Esports. This is an absolute bloodbath in this final zone. PE Esports finding refuge afar, but Esports Divine, they're continuing the pursuit.
Loud. They're hanging on for their dear lives, just in the hands of Lost 21 now to play the placement points. 19 Esports out, but one of their better rounds in here. Get high on the ground. Jonah with a sliver of health gets dropped as well. Wang An just absolutely popping off with a sniper, and it's all up to the clutch god Moshi, but there's nothing you could do up against LBT. PE Esports hits a booyah to bring the day to a close.
We've been waiting for PE Esports to show up. So much pressure on the region, coming in with Naro having a fever and closing it out strong. PE Esports, they wanted this for a long time. No one even expected them to be the representatives and the sole representatives of their region. People were looking at WAG, Team Flash, but PE Esports, they've earned their spot and they were still doubted, but this one might put it to rest.
Absolutely, man. I mean, it is the final game of the day. They have not made too much of noise out there on the battlefield. They were placed 8th the last time we took a peek at the overall leaderboard. This should help them climb a couple of spots, get into the top 5 perhaps.
Absolutely, and even at the end, it was a bit comical that the individual survivors for Loud, you know, the Lost 21, his sniper was doing work on the BRU, Huang Ang's sniper was doing work on the BRU, and Esports Divine. And who do you, and what do you know, right? The individual survivors, the snipers of multiple teams were the one that caused enough chaos for PE Esports to kind of slip away with the win, considering that they have been a bit slow the entire day, and this is the morale boost that they need.
A crucial snipe from Wang An. Wasana taken out of the equation. It means that the players of Buriram can't get up and close and personal with you to really put pressure on your squad. The rest of the team members from PE Esports as well stepping up. And it was not just pure luck here, right, from PE Esports. They were continuously calculating their maneuver in circle after circle. The previous games, they just could not get close enough to the final one. But this time, though, they played it perfectly to their side.
Absolutely, and I gotta say that I believe I had this discussion with the talents from the Arabic broadcast, and I was like, you know, against BRU, you gotta take the fight to them, right? And we saw that from Reta. Yeah, they lost for sure, but they did leave a mark, you know. Esports Divine, they chased BRU to the ends of the earth. Did they win? No, BRU still wiped the floor with them, but they did enough damage to BRU. So what a day it has been. But that's it from us, from the desk. We're gonna throw it over back onto the panel. Danny and the rest, take it away.
Thank you, Husky. Thank you, AJ. PE Esports close things out here today with their first ever booyah. But of course, closing out the day by securing the first booyah for Vietnam. And I know a couple of our panelists super happy about this because they were considered the panel underdogs. Well done with your predictions, gentlemen. Well done.
What did I tell you about man of culture?
I don't know if I'll call it
I'm a daddy with 5 cats, so that's not too far away. Yeah. I love strategy, I love tactics. PE Sports, where's the camera? PE Sports, you done it right.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've done it right. They might have failed a few rounds, but we saw as well the fire that they had. From the start of the show up until, well, I would say there's still a lot of aggression coming from them, but this time around they played it, as the man of culture says, tactically.
Yeah, and it was actually perfect for them, right? This is the game that they really needed to have had, because it kind of puts them in the level of like the middle tier right now. I mean, we're gonna have to check the points to see where they're at to ensure that they're, you know, getting into the knockout stage or to the points rush stage. That's gonna be super important for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everyone is actually wondering about the points now, right? Because we did see a big change in points. I think most significantly, RRQ being eliminated so early on in that final round. So very good chance that they're going to be knocked out of that top 1, maybe even top 2 spot. Maybe they're going to be in that 3rd. I don't think they'd be upset about it. I think they had a great start throughout the day. But I think we also have to talk about this team, right? Quick out the gate, a little slow across the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, I would say they already had a great start in this battle. They already had 2 booyahs back-to-back from the beginning. And for some instances, we can say that they can sit it out all throughout because there's only 2 games that they can play. They can take a rest and then watch the other matches based on how they perform for day number 1, and then they can play around with that. But how can you do it, especially with, like, it only took 2 maps before Buriram United as well as Loud took over the reins.
Oh man, Buriram United. I mean, just look at the gameplay. They know exactly when to come in as a third party. They didn't allow their opponents from Riyadh especially to even lick their wounds. By the time Riyadh was done with their fight, they came in and Riyadh was gone.
Yeah, and Reddit has kind of been like that. They've been really third partying. They are getting into the fights. They're getting a decent number of kills throughout the day. But the problem is that they have not been able to do well in the placement points. And I think it's going to come back to that, in terms of how they, proceed in day 2 or 3 with that strategy in mind.
Yeah.
I would say, since you did mention a third party, I saw a little bit of, say, a little bit of light in the gameplay of Fluxo. They were just so passive. And the moment that they had that opportunity, they instantaneously took down 2 teams in that battle.
Yeah, dude, speaking about passive, RRQ have been playing pretty passive. Like, even in the previous round, they only got 2 eliminations. This time around, they tried to play a little bit more aggressive, but we're going to check out the numbers while we look through their possibilities, maybe, of moving on to the next stage.
Yeah, so P Esports, I think most notably, picking up 20 points for this round, the most points that they've picked up thus far today. This will push them up that leaderboard and hopefully out of the knockout zone. Just a quick reminder for our viewers, you'll want to try and make top 12. We are currently sitting with 18 teams. Bottom 6 are going to be cut out. So P Esports, I think they're looking pretty safe after this, but they need to pick those points up for their day 2 of competition because do you really think they're going to stay up here? I think the team has been kind of all over the place, but they're also not consistent enough for you to feel very confident.
And actually, Yunsel was kind of talking about that earlier, about the PE Sports team just being like they have flashes of fire where they're just amazing, but they're really inconsistent. If we're looking at them right now, we have to find them. They're actually 7th place. I think that's a pretty good showing, especially for day 1. And that momentum hopefully will carry into the later stages of this knockout stage.
Yeah, and actually they're not too far as well from the ones above them. So only 2 points against Evo's Divine, and also only 6 points against Netshu Miners. So there's a huge chance for them to move up, especially if they can carry and do their homework after this day, and then carry it over the next match that they will be playing. But one thing I want to point out is Buriram United. We saw that they might have lost their fight in the first 2 match, but looking at the numbers, they are 41, they got close to 42% in the top 3 percentage.
Placements, I mean, we're doing the math, right, with the overall rankings. Elims, 68, close to Loud, but you compare the rest of the points, Loud versus Buriram, massive gap. 20-point placement point gap between these 2 teams. So, consistency, I mean, that's what Buriram is known for. How do you beat this team?
Yeah, I mean, they're really, really consistent, not only in now they got 2 booyahs, but also they got the highest amount of eliminations as well. I mean, they got everything.
And placements, they got everything.
And also man of culture.
That's the worst part about it, actually. I'm sure they'd be happier with like the booyahs and everything, and then they're like, yeah, we're man of culture. Like, I don't really know if I want this.
Approves their strategy.
Well, actually, speaking of Buriram, right? I think we've seen these guys on camera all the time. They're always doing interviews. Do you actually think they're kind of happy with their position? I'm kind of looking at this and I'm thinking, look, Buriram's probably thinking like, we could actually do better than this. I think they might be disappointed.
Okay, nobody wins any sort of money or prestige from, the knockout stage,
Pride.
okay? So going into this one, obviously, pride is super important. Don't get me wrong. It's great to have that momentum going in. But it's one of those things where it's like, hey, we got plenty of time left. Let's not, go crazy now.
Yeah. All right, so to wrap things up for today, as we have completed our first round of the knockout stage, groups A and B. First 2 booyahs secured by RRQ, the Indonesian Giants at this point of time. Third booyah picked up by Buriram United. Loud picking up the 4th booyah, Buriram picking up the 5th booyah, and finally P Esports closing out the show with the booyah on our random map. I don't think anyone really saw that coming, but what we don't see coming next, right, is what are we actually expecting for the next matchups? Because we're going to be seeing we'll say goodbye, I suppose, to Group A, right? They're on break. They're going to be watching games tomorrow, and Group C is going to be stepping onto the stage and playing against Group B, okay? So with what information we currently have for Group B, how do you think this group is going to fare with the teams in Group C?
One thing I would say is they need to double time on the homework because they played today, there's no time for rest, and then they will need to do so much of like rewatching, watching the vids, watching how they are going to play with Group C, because Group C is currently sitting pretty right now, just probably laughing at some of the gameplays that they have caught. Because imagine, there's a lot of tactics that has been shown right now, so they have caught that and they can counter it by tomorrow.
I appreciate how you support a team in Group C that is Falcons that I put above Buriram. Yep, earlier in our show.
Yeah, where are they now? I mean, they're still last.
Thanks for supporting that as well.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's going to be interesting going into this one, right? I mean, Group C, like, I think that they're still going to be scared. I mean, BRU is like this still monster, and you're seeing evidence of just how good they are, and they can just take over games. So I think that going into this next one, Group C are still like, hey, we're going to try to pick off everybody else, but again, this BRU, we need to watch out for them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's a team that remain consistent. Even if they falter, they can still grab a lot of placement points rather, and also the elimination, they can carry it over in the upcoming matches. But again, that will depend. Similar to what we've seen today, there's a lot of surprises that might be shown tomorrow.
Actually, I want to bring up a really interesting point that our cast has sort of talked about, right? And the fact that Buriram, this team, if you leave them to sort of do their own thing, they run away with the game. I think we've seen this so many times, but one of the few strategies that really works against them is if you bring that fight to Buriram. Is there anybody in Group C that can actually do that quite successfully? And I think I might be hearing again from this man in the middle, but...
The man of culture?
Man of culture?
Go ahead.
The daddy of culture now. I'm not beating with status.
Escalated that.
Daddy of culture will say that the power, the aura of the Falcons' nest.
I'm going to start hearing this man call soon.
They'll be here. They'll be here.
Anyone else aside Falcons?
I'm going to go Team Solid. You know, I think that you saw some of the teams try the aggressive play today. It wasn't very successful, but I think Team Solid are one of the best to do it, and I think that we'll see that going into tomorrow.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, because there's a few adjustments that they have done in the gameplay, especially if you look at their history. And once they have they completed this group that they are in, we've seen the accolades grabbing the first, second in most of the matches that they played, the tournaments that they played, and even the qualifier matches that they jumped in before heading to the Esports World Cup.
Yep. Well, before we close things out, bit of a shout out here to our Sony MVP of the day. It's none other than Moshi. Anyone disagree? No?
No. Hands down.
Moshi doing Moshi things. I mean, I don't think anyone is surprised at this point. That man has just put on a masterclass of a show, as always. I don't think anyone's ever really been disappointed whenever Moshi plays. You just watch the games, you're like, oh, this guy's doing, yeah, sure, maybe they came last, doesn't matter. Looks great.
Yeah, one thing is Moshi is different, like good starter in the match, and that is probably one reason why they're a great team. Moshi start the engagement, goes for the takedown. Here comes Musana and the rest of the gang just goes in for the push. Good gameplay, tactical gameplay. Man of Culture might agree with that. That is just basics, but not a lot of team can pull it off.
Yeah, and the best part is that the team is not only dependent on him.
Yeah.
Like the entire team functions as well. That's why they can be as successful as they are now.
Yeah, I mean, they play really well as a team. They know what to do. They know how to take firefights. They've been through so many, battles, so to speak, that they know what to do. So everybody has a specific role, and everybody's very good. Don't get me wrong, Moshi's amazing, but I think the rest of the guys, I mean, you put them on any other team, and I think they would shine on that team as well.
I think I agree. The entire team is so talented. Although maybe she might have a slight advantage, just acting as a fantastic, delicious bait with his delicious name. Who knows? Go do whatever you can to win that game of Free Fire. But that basically concludes day one of the knockout stage, right? I think at this point, if you are tuning into the broadcast, get ready for day two. The games are not going to end. We're going to continue on with all of these amazing matches. Any final words, gentlemen, before we end the day?
Well, I would say hopefully everyone enjoy what happened. There's a lot more, especially for tomorrow when Group C will be introduced.
We have seen the close quarters combat meta. We have seen the sniper meta. I can't wait to see what can Group C bring to the table.
Yeah, and I want to see Group C just because I want to see Team Falcons stumble a bit just so I can rub it into your face tomorrow.
Okay. It's on, guys. It's on.
Let's bring it. Let's go.
All right, I'm going to let you guys have you can have your spat outside, okay? But we're going to end the show here, folks. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll catch you all tomorrow, exact same time. Don't miss it. This is the Free Fire Esports World Cup, where we are here for the best games of Free Fire for 2024. Until tomorrow, have a fantastic night, and we'll see you for tomorrow's matches.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?